Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Today is Wednesday, third stream of the week. Got some good things lined up. Gonna be hopping into Hades real soon. I'm just trying to keep an eye on some of our Twitch stuff because it looks like I might have unstable connection, and we definitely don't want that to be an issue. If I have to restart the stream at some point, then I will. I'm not gonna think of that as a very big deal, but we will we'll see what happens if that becomes the case. Either way, thanks for everyone for tuning in today. I haven't done any Hades offline. I've only been posting the exact stuff that we've been doing onto YouTube, and that's it. Nothing else. Yo, Rico, good to see you. So it's an exciting time to be in Hades land, or really any roguelike game. If you're an indie dev, there's some worry that you might be getting pushed out, but I've seen just enough people who say that they are not going to play Hades until 1.0 release. So a lot of indie devs have at least like 9 months to figure out what they're gonna do about it. Did you say yesterday that aspects aren't in the game yet? They have a roadmap that we're gonna see in just a second, and the roadmap says that aspects are on the roadmap. Let's go ahead and open it up now. A little bit of an update. I'm gonna assume that's just bug fixes. I highly doubt there's anything new in there. Also good to see you too, Zalasin. This is gonna be a good day. We're getting dubs. Today is world premiere winnings. As I said, I've only posted 2 things on YouTube thus far. Am I playing the early access, or am I waiting for the new version? This is the early access version that we're gonna be playing today. I did not get into the test, so the only Hades I've been playing has been the early access. Alright. Little snipping tool up. For some reason, the old Hades stuff has been getting some copyright strikes. If you go to my Twitter, you can see a little bit of a conversation about this. Luckily, the devs actually responded to the tweet saying that, yeah, they are looking into copyright claims on old Hades stuff. That video's 3 years old, so why I would be getting anything from it is well beyond me. So roadmap. New main weapon. We have 1 main weapon along with new weapon aspects, so stay tuned. So I guess it wasn't just like all aspects, just new weapon aspects. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are none in the early access. So my apologies on that one. The total game time we have right now, 15 hours, 11 runs thus far. And again, this is a roguelite game, so most of those 11 runs are not things that you can actually win from. Of course, we do have a bunch of overworld stuff that we have to do.
The ward sealing the path, I don't know that I'll last long up there.
So before we get started with our run today, we gotta do like all of this overworld, and then we're gonna go. You're making commentary on games? Yes. So when you submit a claim dispute, there are certain checkboxes you have to fill out, and being a gaming channel is one of them. So playing the game is a green flag. But for example, if you were to just have the OST, let's say that you had videos up for Zelda music, that could be a copyright strike, because all you're doing is playing the music of something that exists on like an OST or on some kind of audio collection or something like that. That you don't have use of, so you can't just play it. But when it comes to gaming, it's okay to play a game onto YouTube However, YouTube audio automatically checks to see if you have copyrighted music in the background. For example, you can't just have Kendrick Lamar in the background of your gaming video. It's gonna get flagged. It doesn't matter if you're playing a game that you own the rights to that gameplay. You can even have your own video game that you made yourself. If it has BBL Drizzy in the background of it, that's a copyright strike. So the Hades stuff I have up, there are 2 tracks that hit the copyright strike. Even though it is actually a gameplay video, those 2 tracks are like automatically picked up because it's just like having some kind of official music in the background. Yeah, so what for my streamers out there and my streamer hopefuls, what a lot of people do is that they will stream to multiple audio tracks. I stream to 3 audio tracks. One is the main game, the second one is my voice, and then the third audio track is everything not game and voice. So I can mute track 3, assuming that track 1 and 2 is like the fair stuff.
No, I suppose not.
But like I said, the Hades team is looking into it, so you couldn't hope for a better response than that.
And my father. He showed concern for her. She was under the Titan's spell.
Mother Nyx made a mistake in trusting Hades with so much of the underworld.
Ooh.
This realm was never his by right, not till the fates decided otherwise. Mother worked
Calling
hard.
shots out
They were
here.
probably just trying to send her help.
You're saying the fates granted my father authority over the realm of the dead just to give Nyx a hand with all her responsibilities?
That's right.
I mean, that's kind of nice, right? Helping out somebody. We need ashes.
Ashes. This one.
Though I feel like I've never been this low on bone before. Bone was like an infinite resource, and now it's just not. It's kind of funny.
There's more I can do with this cauldron.
We are unlocking more roguelite.
I need pure shadow to permeate the surface wards. So what if...
So in 12 runs, I can manifest 1 shadow incantation. Interesting, and that uses ashes, unfortunately.
Surface rise.
Dang, like everything in this game just uses ashes. How do you not just spam
When
ashes?
Kronos came for him, and you took me to safety. Except this time, I remained there longer than before.
'Tis more than a dream, of course. And what else did you learn whilst you lingered thus?
I learned Kronos wanted for father to tell him where to locate the 3 fates. Kronos hates them, or feels threatened by them.
Bone
He's
Daddy.
been searching for them all this time, hasn't he?
Yeah, we need the
And
Bone
finally
Thugs
found
back.
Which means they may not take our side if forced to choose. I feared as much, yet didn't wish to lend the possibility my voice. Well, this certainly fits the spirit of the news Swift Hermes relayed when he spurred us to act. Something real bad, I believe were his words.
Real bad. Yes.
Yeah, so we don't have access to Overworld just yet. But in a few runs, we'll
Could
probably
ask
be
someone
able
to join
to.
me for a soak.
Ooh. Relationship area, maybe. Who wants to go for a swim? We must not have the relationship stats yet. Alright,
Grow
Nightshade.
strong.
I don't believe we've had any use for the other resources yet. How common is Hermes? You haven't seen them yet? So it's a roguelite game. The game is going to make you do an awful lot of replay to see everything. I actually have not gotten Hermes until, I think we said we're at run 11. So I probably didn't see Hermes until run 9. So that's like a really long time, I would say. But that's the roguelite nature of the game, I think. We have open 3 slot. Cast does more power when it detonates. Moves can crit. Damage to foes in the cast. Reroll. I think reroll's fine. We have 2 new keepsakes. Gain a random common chaos blessing once this night. Every 8 encounters, replace it. Every 8 encounters, replace it? This sounds like it could be really strong, but the fact that you lose it and get something else, I hope that doesn't, like, break your build. That'd be awful if somehow, like, now I can't use cast anymore. Because it's just not ideal. We need bronze. We don't have that resource yet. I'm gonna swap off of that. Go back to pickaxe. And then we should be good. That's why you paid for the book upgrade. It tells you who wants to swim. That... Well, I'm locked out of the urn now anyway, so I can't even do anything if I wanted to. Crit for sure. 3%.
Must caution you not to collect just for collecting's sake.
The act of giving is its own intangible reward. Nectar sours when it's offered with impure intent.
Won't have impure intent on my damn training grounds.
Okay, so if we were to get a win today, honestly, that probably means I should be using the new tooth. I think right now my most consistent gameplay-wise has been with Axe. Axe has a lot of problem solving in it, and I genuinely enjoy that feature.
I will not fail.
Transcendent Soul gained. So, Transcendent Soul is just raw HP. And if it doesn't drop my HP by a percentage based on the health I lost, then in 8 runs, that was essentially 30 armor.
But it does not change ours. The Silver Sisters never cede control.
And we don't negotiate around here. Hex blasts the target area for 1,000 damage after 4 seconds. 200 mana. Raises a slain foe to fight for you. 200 mana is an awful lot.
Total eclipse.
Together we shine.
Oh, you have to actually move it. It's like a... Oh my god, the crater on the ground? Are you kidding me? It's nuts. Yo, Celso, good to see you. Best weapon is staff right now. That's been your favorite. Oh my god, the stun lock. And by stun, I mean the 3rd attack from Axe. I mean, you could say it's as simple as just use the triangle button. And you're essentially invulnerable to everything.
In you go.
But there's definitely some bit of lockout that makes that a little harder than it seems. But when it works, it works. I feel like it's a very good early weapon, too. Do they have a boy's axe in the game?
Sirens at the bottom of the sea? I know their name.
Nothing that I've seen equivalent to that.
They must have grown bored of dooming sailors to the deep.
Your attacks up close do more damage. Dash, blast foes near where you start and end. And does weak. In each encounter, one foe is always weak. Restore mana near the weak foe. That's basically for bosses. Shoot. My worry is that close range attack I may be a little bit too far for that, but we've had this issue lately
Which way?
where I'll go so far as to not get any attack boon. I'll get everything else, and then all of a sudden, it takes us forever to get through a boss. Huh. 72 and 40. So the 72 is my max damage. And that doesn't really look that close. I just happened to hit the edge of the axe on the other monster and it did 40 damage. Which is not half bad. Final move, the attack sequence hits 2 times and uses 20 mana. During your Omega attack, you're free to use regular attacks and specials. That's like double the damage, right? So long as you actually do it.
We'll hew through anything.
I mean, it's a long charge time. I know I played Spin to win in my last build, but this is technically different.
Stay where you are.
And like, we can charge it up preemptively. Or we're waiting on stuff to happen. It seems legit so far. Double hit on Final Strike is cool, but I don't know if we necessarily need that. We keep pushing for Aphrodite. That could be what? As we learn more about what each thing does, like, I don't know what the cast does for that. It'll be nice to get used to what does what. Your dash doesn't cancel it anymore with that hammer. It still does. If that's what you're referring to. That's what I just did. Unblockable? Maybe we just assume all ground effects are unblockable.
Detest that thing.
Yeah, me too. Thing sucks. Yo, Endo, good to see you. Is Hades 2 living up to the hype? It is for
She
me.
speaks of love and beauty, though she's no stranger to conflict. Perhaps my power can offset her own.
There's definitely a subset of people who don't care for Hades from a like gameplay design standpoint, and I think that's just people getting burnt out on roguelites in general. After your Omega cast expires, deal damage to the area. While standing in the cast, restore mana. Your cast expands in size until it expires. We will need mana generation.
Splendid was the princess in her fight.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna borrow this.
What a nice thing to say at complete random. I actually couldn't alter that. Interesting. Lucid Gain is good. That was the mana generation.
My friend,
I think the size could be really
I
interesting.
don't remember anymore what it was like, having 2 legs. Only the 2. I'm hideous, I know, but I don't fall over myself like I once did.
So she wasn't always
Now,
a spider.
Scurrying about.
Don't speak that way. My task would go much faster if I had legs like yours, Arachne.
Save your pity for another soul, my friend. Now then, I've saved some of my softest silk for you.
Yeah, so I think Hades 2 is much, much better than Hades 1. I think it actually solves so many issues that Hades 1 has. That being said, there's still a lot of people who have only seen the initial, like, first hour of Hades 2. And, like, while it's definitely cool to see, it may not be all that different than Hades 1 from a concept standpoint. But I think in each subsequent run,
I'll slay you all.
it is extremely different from Hades 1. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to play it like you're in Hades 1. But I think it works as soon as you start seeing more of the game. And that might be a spot where some people are lacking a little. Arachne is a Greek seamstress that challenged Athena to a contest and won. Athena got mad and now she's a spider. Why can Athena do magic? Isn't she supposed to be a warrior?
I once created a similar arrangement with a different spawn of Hades. He was an interesting subject. The interval since last we met grows ever longer now. Do you know his status? Respond.
Yeah, he's locked in stasis.
You mean my brother Zagreus? Kronos took him, along with my parents and their closest associates. They're in the lowest reaches of the underworld, where I'm headed now.
I see. Time appears to be the source of many problems recently. As for your brother, I found him to be quite amusing. How interesting that offspring can be so dissimilar.
Huh. Is that an insult? Is he saying I've a dry sense of humor? Each time you use an attack, can't do that. Slaying enemies throw Inferno Bomb. Max HP is pretty big, to be honest, in this game. It's like if you see max HP, you almost have to take it. She's a god, all gods are magic, but I feel like there is a magical god. And that means Athena's kind of like going in on that turf.
Right.
Dang. I shouldn't have done my full combo. I should have just spun and got out.
The boon from chaos just took hold.
Okay, so I lost... Ooh. I lost the health. I'm at max health now. So technically, the health I had was a barrier, essentially. So that's like really good. And now I have a massive attack bonus for only the next 8 areas. Yeah, I guess Aphrodite's range buff is pretty good. It's basically the difference between are you a melee character or a ranged character. And then from there, you get the bonus. Oh, I'm so glad the bombs disappear when combat ends. So now there's no question if you take the damage or not.
Now.
I don't think I have enough money for this. Then you might get cast bonus. And now we're locked out. You just go rainbow. You invest in every attack.
Here's the gold. I'm out.
Wow. Out of everything I expected to see in this game, I never would have expected Nemesis would buy an item. I mean, luckily she didn't buy this. But that could have been very, very awful.
That's electricity. Why, I'm afraid there's just no hiding it.
Your cast also causes lightning bolts to repeatedly strike one foe at a time. Sprint lightning we're not gonna take. When you enter a location, prime to make your strikes do chain lightning. Prime 50. We need to be using the Storm Ring. I know that much. The other thing might happen eventually, but not yet.
You know already, don't you, my lord? About the 3 fates. That Kronos has your sisters in his thrall. Lord Moros is safe with us, at least.
Is that like a new sound? Never heard Charon talk like that before.
Do you truly think so?
static shock should help with small fry. I feel like I can just bash them with this weapon.
Headmistress, I'm concerned Kronos may find us. I first encountered him not far beyond these woods.
There are so many passageways to Erebus. 'Tis exceedingly unlikely he shall find the way. You face a greater risk than that right now.
Yeah, so we're starting to get a little bit more caught up. Wait. Where's my lightning strikes? Oh, was it Omega Cast? Lost my armor. Fortunate. Kind of screwed up this fight a little bit. Usually I have no issue with this. Never seen her do that before. Like mid-summoning. Does that pause? That does not pause. Good damage. No! Your favorite. My favorite, Al Toxic. Oh wow, that is really bad. If I lose a Death Defiance here, I actually might alt F4. It's like, that'd be so uncalled for. It's like, as long as you don't do third strike, you're probably fine. Alright. Let us read our ability.
The greatest teacher is out there. Return to Shadow now.
Must have been my Chaos Boon just then.
Omega Cast causes lightning bolts to repeatedly strike. Crap, that's the wrong thing. We're very, very unlikely to hit the Omega Cast button. Alright.
He's back.
Granddaughter.
Huge heal from that.
Which rock did you crawl out from under, My forces, they are terribly confused. They have no idea where you live. So I thought I would attempt asking you nicely here.
I live in your nightmares, Titan.
Ooh.
I thrive on them. I'll see you dead, and then destroyed. However long it takes.
However long it takes. You speak of inevitability, little one. A subject on which I happen to be the expert.
Kronos is such a cool character.
As to whomever sent you after me, I shall find them.
We'll see.
So does he not know about Hecate? After saying something like that? In the full game, we had 4.5 hours. How many did the first one have? So, I'm sorry, are we referring to biomes? Yeah, so this almost feels like it's the full game minus concept art, balancing on some stuff, and then I can't think of what else. I need more hours, but this, for an early access that's supposed to be for the rest of this year, not in 1.0 until 2025, this feels extremely close to a full game to me. I don't know what else they could possibly do.
You again.
Which is like good. Good and bad, I suppose, but has to be more good than bad. Alright, we got damage.
The water spouts.
They still spout at you. More attack. We're full HP now. I guess the reason why we want the reroll is if we get a god that doesn't actually give us light. In that circumstance, we would cancel out of it. Ooh. Okay.
In the name of hate.
You gotta start gifting these people too. Whenever you use 30 mana, create a heartthrob. Specials deal more damage to nearby foes. When you have at least 80% health, deal more damage. It is light.
Right.
We'll probably need some of that other stuff soon too. It just takes so much mana to get my ulti. It almost feels like I don't bother, but let's at least see what's in this other room. Luckily, it doesn't take us too much to clear stuff like this. Never mind, it took me 3 HP. That's okay. What in the world is lit up in the top left corner of the screen? Do you all see that? What is that? Brother, ugh. What is that? I think Hermes gives you access to channel time. Rip Moon. Moon Prism.
Too hot for you?
Good use of Omega right here. When stuff like this. Things that just run at you. Nice. Pretty easy roam. I wanna know how on earth is Hades 2 only 4 gigabytes? Really?
Now everybody on Olympus knows. I figured it was time. Got us a bit on edge, though we do hide it pretty well.
Hex requires less mana to use. Sprint is faster. Gives you 1 barrier. Whenever you are struck, you may dodge any damage. It's the next piece of light. 15%. I don't really know if we're gonna invest in the Hex.
Here we go.
Unless something changes dramatically. Oh my god, like, I really want to take that 7, but let's not. That's Narcissus. Narcissus gives you either healing or resources. I don't think we want either of those. Alright.
Oh no.
Rat Gamer. We did not get anything resembling cast time reduction. It might still happen though, I'm still hopeful. So that was a ground attack and I still blocked it. There we go. Not bad, not bad.
Positively vicious.
Yeah, I don't think we've had the new Chaos buff yet, right? Oh no, we got... No, we're still sitting on Transcendent Strike. That thing must be going away very soon. I know I haven't gifted her yet.
Great Aphrodite. You must get more offerings than all the other gods and goddesses combined. Though this one comes from me.
Why, this is wonderful, and also quite impressive. You already know our ways. I must return the gesture, so please take this. I insist.
I guess that's another thing for early access. None of the keepsakes have their icons yet. Those are also placeholders.
I can't say no to such a lovely gift.
So it's like, what in the world are we gonna do for the rest of the, like, 6 months? Special deals more damage close by. Dash, blast foes where you start it and where it ends. When you enter location, prime to add power to your attack. Now, if this actually boosted Omega attack, this is fantastic.
That's a feeling there.
But I've seen very few instances where Omega attack was considered as regular attack. It's like when you have a boon, for example, Hestia, and you have fire. Omega attack will do fire. I have trouble, like, deciding for sure if I have it or not.
I'll keep them busy for you.
Whoa, I got the dodge. The 15%. This is my first time seeing Artemis outside of the woods. I actually didn't think she could spawn in another area. I figure once you got through woods, that's it. That's the last time you get to see Artemis.
Thought I'd drop in.
Hail, sister.
Got all the way down to the house.
Oh, I should have gifted her too.
Must be nice having faith.
Where's she shooting from? She's in the... She's crawling through the pipes like Metal Gear.
He was most certainly annoyed.
B, it's actually Solid Snake who should be crawling. I'm talking about the game itself. There's lots of different snakes. I'm not gonna name one.
I'm surprised it once took both our fathers and more to bring him down.
No reason to compare yourself. They're high and mighty lords of the heavens and the underworld, but they fought Kronos by necessity. You were trained to do precisely this.
A random foe is marked and takes critical damage. After you dash, your Omega moves deal more damage. After you hit with your attacks or specials, fire a Seeking Arrow. And again, I am going to assume it does not count Omega attack. We at least know that, like, this has legitimate gameplay to it.
Then it's yours. Farewell for now.
Because I can do the charge, then dash, and it should be doing more damage. Should. Anyway. Get the new incantation weapon. You need the resources from there. For the weapons and tools. Sorry, from there, as in from where exactly?
By the will of chaos.
Special deals more damage. After you channel, Omega moves. Afterward, you channel your Omega moves faster. This is actually useful. However, 42% is a gigantic number. We can get stun locked to death. But versus the boss, because I think we're getting very close to the boss. Yeah, boss is next area. They only hit you the one time, I think.
Almighty chaos.
It's against things like fishies, where this is an actual issue. Or like this kind of stuff. Like me doing that final hit could have gotten me killed. They're trying to do the spin to win. They're trying to do the same build I am. They don't know. I have yet to use my moon attack. My moon prism power. I just can't get that much mana spent. That's why we're not really gonna invest in it right now.
My boon from chaos came alive.
Transcendent creation. We got +1 to every attribute. That's not doing anything for us right now. Could that ever do something for us? Yes, but it's gonna remain to be seen, I guess. Chaos might give you that for 8 rooms. Try to get the incantation. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see where I would get the resource that you were asking for. Self-healing. But we don't have any fire at all. How did we get all light and then we hit fire first? Specials do more damage in a larger area. And each encounter deal more damage until you take damage. Last time we actually had that special bonus. I did not take it this time because I know we're probably not going to use that button. It's a good button, but I don't need to use it.
Good, you're just in time for our set. Been working on a song called I'm Gonna Claw Out Your Eyes Then Drown You to Death. Comes from a real personal place.
Is it any better than the one I heard on my way in?
No, it's not, because all our songs are the best. Each like a perfect little child. Not a bad one, like you.
We have fought this boss so many times, and I still have new dialogue each time. Okay, so, like I said, it's always that first. So we chill. This is new! She wasn't lying, this is a brand new track. I didn't think there would be actual new music. You kidding me? Oh my god. Rip damage bonus. No way! Oh my god, I'm getting destroyed by the drummer. What are these lyrics? Like, I care more about the song right now than winning. I'm sorry. Maybe this is ranged? Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be a parry. Featured drummer? Yeah, so that's the stun effect that Chaos gave us. Alright, drummer's dead. I cannot believe this is a completely separate track. How? Dang, see me turn? That's me trying to get out of that move. The one moonbeam. I'm gonna do this entire game. Where's the reticule? Wait, what? The reticule was invisible. What?
They just won't shut up.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that, like, it's a layering issue. It must be that the water is on, like, the topmost layer, and then the reticule is underneath that. Because that should not have happened that way at all. Unless that was a VDOT blind situation, but I'm pretty sure I was looking pretty hard. Wow, what a fight. 10 out of 10 fight. I thought that fight was gonna get old, and it still has not gotten old yet. The moon thingy sucks? Yeah, we're not investing in that. I just happened to get 1,000 damage. I could have taken a different moon, and that may have been okay, but we're definitely not doing anything with it right now.
Look for the golden petals on the ground. Show me the way.
Dev said, hold my beer on that 9 out of 10 rating. I still have to convince YouTube that the game's great. I had a lot of people leave comments that, like, they don't care for Hades, and that's not a wrong thing. I don't want to say people are not entitled to liking a game or not, but the game right now is the best I've seen. Thank you. How do they only have one creature protecting these?
Smackers.
What a weird name, Smackers. Alright.
Now for what's mine.
We will... I don't think I've gifted Hermes.
Hermes, if there's anyone out there who can help me outpace time, it's you. Please accept this for your swift...
Added a heavy weapon height? Yeah, this weapon so far has been the most entertaining to me.
You really, I really need to move along.
Not gonna say it's the best, but certainly the most entertaining. Oh, did I already gift? That's not good. Attacks are faster. Bonus damage per slain foe. Deal more damage for the next 30 seconds. Omega cast uses less mana. Interesting.
Good.
Is that faster? Copia moment? Totally faster. 100% that's faster.
Kronos so loves his gold.
Oh, these aren't obols. So that's why they were saying it's like not good gold. It's because it's Kronos' gold. Like, I was looking at the icon, I saw that it was an hourglass, and I figured that was just something that they added for this game just to, like, differentiate it. I didn't realize there was an actual lore reason as to why it is different. This shouldn't be too bad. Oh, you can actually get in the freaking island? I didn't know that. This fight's usually easy enough. Famous last words, of course. one more. I think that was a dodge. Yeah, see, that last attack is so dangerous.
Crude sorcery at best.
I was gonna say, where's my reward?
In we go.
Chrono bucks? I was calling it Confederate money earlier. Because they were saying that's money that they have to, like, get rid of. It's not worth anything. Whenever you exit a location, restore 100% if you have not lost too much. Minimum life required 70%. You need to have 70% life, at least, to heal to full.
Sure.
Interesting. Do these count? This is a location, right? Yeah, I'm full HP now. Interesting, interesting.
She's still here, poor thing. Poor thing, poor thing.
Poor thing, poor thing.
I wish I knew what you were doing in a place like this. Though, you can't just tell me, can you? Your heart must have been broken. Must have been broken.
Broken.
Heartbroken.
Gain a random boon from the previous night. A blessing from an Olympian from my last run. All the other ones don't really have like a big impact to me.
Thank you, Echo.
Yo, big money right here. To be fair, I actually needed this because we're going into the shop. Eventually. Hammer for sure. We're not going Moon Prism power.
Shades there.
There's a lot of cool things we could take from a hammer. Including the exact same builds I've done before. Dang. This way? There's the hammer. Okay, there's the tree. That helps us ID what's on the map. I wonder if I can play this game without the slowdown. It seems a little counterintuitive because I think the slowdown is only a 1 cost. Yeah, Omega moves, everything gets slowed down for 2 seconds. But I almost wonder, can I play the game without that? And like be okay? Your attack becomes a big chop. We have attack speed too. And I was complaining about that combo. Hell Splitter, isn't that from Hades 1? What are the chances attack speed does not affect this at all? You can upgrade the slowdown to 3 seconds and then the whole charge will be full slow-mo. But I wonder if that 1 cost could be something else that's still, like, impactful.
I'm not your prey.
Oh, wow, you can dash and then do it. That's, like, very useful. Wow, you can start the attack and then dash and it comes out. Like that. What interesting and compelling gameplay. Whoa, the 15%. Wow, Okay, okay. Imagine if we got double attacked earlier. Yo, we might see the blacksmith thing. We have like multiple boons at work right now. And of course, our best damage is just doing a basic hit like that. Imagine if I had Apollo attack. This would be so big. Okay, so I'm having one issue with it, where sometimes she won't actually do the spin part. Yeah, like I'm holding square right now, and she's just not doing anything. It's interesting.
Zeus, take you.
Yeah, that's me holding square. It's like the game prioritizes this attack over doing the hold. Over doing the Omega. Is that how all Omegas work? No.
Can't do it.
Look at this. So like, when I initiate square and hold it, she has to do that first before she spins. And that's like very unintuitive.
Felt that.
Could be a gameplay limitation too. That's super fun. Like repositioning with the dash. Because now I don't really have to worry about the timing. I can like make the timing myself by doing the dash. I wonder if that's intended gameplay. Did someone sit there and actually program it to work that way? I don't want to give them like less credit. My expectation is no, that is not intended gameplay, but congratulations for finding it. This is only $10. We're gonna do it for the fates. Full HP. What the dog doing?
Olympus, I accept this message.
Light. When you have at least 5 light, you can't deal less than the limit of damage. So obviously we do more damage with our basic hit, but the Zeus Omega cast might actually benefit from this. Because this, it does 30 damage by itself. Alright, never mind. It actually doesn't do anything. Not much else we can do there. There's cool systems. I will say that there's a lot of fun builds that I've seen thus far. Every once in a while we end up with an issue like that where I can't pick up something helpful. I wouldn't necessarily call that a game issue. It's just a roguelike issue in general. Anytime you see me do a basic attack, it's not on purpose, I promise. Oh my god, I was on the edge. Push me to the edge. Unlucky. Oh wow, I've never had Lamias. It's a very methodical weapon now. But when it hits, it freaking hits. What fun gameplay. Just try to stay above 70%. That might be blockable. Rip 70%. Was like, I just don't know if I'm willing to test the blocks right now. Like, she's still in dash animation. Ooh! Pretty good.
Then all three
better than Oven Axe, true or false?
Heads of Cerberus.
You can edit it with hammers. We don't have hammers and Dead Cells that can change the moveset of weapons. Imagine that every weapon in Dead Cells had like 3 different movesets. That triples the number of weapons we have. I mean, technically the legendary is exactly what I'm using.
You're looking better already.
Transcendent Talent. You now use less mana.
Having quelled the fury of the fearsome triple-headed monster Cerberus, the Princess of the Dead stands poised to delve into the pits of Tartarus, where waits her lifelong foe.
We're now so close, aren't we?
I'm feeling pretty good. I kind of wish I had taken that dodge bonus instead of taking the money. We're still missing a bunch of stuff. Like, there should be different things right here. So that kind of gives an idea of how far I am from actually having all of my stuff unlocked. We are decently far. Is tight deadline and force overtime in here yet? That I don't know. I know there are more difficulties after you beat the game, but I haven't looked at any other people playing this game.
Be very careful where you tread, my girl.
If there is forced overtime, I can tell you that they solved the 3-sack issue by giving you your choice of how many rooms you want to go through at the end. You can go through lots if you want to. And that does make it harder. I like this setup. I worry that it's gonna be a little too cumbersome on the actual boss. I think you always have to go here.
The resting hound of hell makes plain he wishes not to be disturbed.
V, help. I want to play Have a Nice Death and Rogue Legacy 2, but I don't know which to buy first. I would say it depends on how much time you want to spend in both games. If you want a game where you beat it once or twice, like just to get the true ending, and then like you're done until the next game comes out, I would say that's probably Have a Nice Death. If you want a game that has, I don't want to say infinite replayability, but the idea that you can always hop on and progress, that's Rogue Legacy 2. Rogue Legacy 2 is made to be an unending game because it has like a full system designed on dying, pumping up stuff, and then playing again. So the difference between those two, however, is that you would get the true ending and Have a Nice Death probably sooner than... I mean, also depends on how well you adapt to the games. You would probably get true ending and Have a Nice Death before Rogue Legacy. Which do I prefer from an actual, like, story standpoint? Have a Nice Death. I prefer Have a Nice Death's gameplay too. But Rogue Legacy 2, if you stick with it, it's got more staying power.
When Kronos took our family and the house, and you bade the Witch of the Crossroads take me, I remember it somehow, or dreamt of it. Did he demand you tell him of the fates?
How could you possibly? He did. Perhaps the fates themselves permitted you that bit of insight. He did his worst to discover where they hide. Though would have failed, even if I did possess the knowledge that he sought.
So how do you get the knowledge then?
Wait, you never told Kronos how to find the fates? Then how did he? Because he's captured them. Not long ago, perhaps, but nonetheless, I'm certain of it.
If this is true, well then my father's plan for conquest is much closer to fruition than I thought. I do not know how he could find the fates, but if they can do nothing against him now, daughter, what chance do you have?
I feel pretty confident so long as I don't freaking get destroyed here. In your confrontation with Kronos, he takes 20% damage, like max HP damage. Summons fewer reinforcements. Your casts launch a projectile ahead. The binding circle forms where it hits. I wonder how useful that is. Like, you can see the direct use of both of these, right? Just 20% less boss HP, which could be thousands of HP. Reduced reinforcements is like less rat guys showing up, which makes the fight a little more manageable. And then cast doing 200 damage on a button that you probably won't be pressing anyway. Hades looks terrifying. Yeah, that is concept art. So keep in mind, all of what you're seeing right now is concept art. Like 1, 2, 3, D, F, E, that's concept art. And then Hades himself was concept art. Alright. This is gonna do like probably 3 hits of mine worth of damage, and that's assuming that I'm bumping my HP up pretty high.
I shall return.
I do like 900 per hit. Oh my god, it blocked it. No way. These are annoying. Alright, so we found a flaw in our gameplay. I'm like giga locked. And I can't do spin to win. Alright, we'll get our HP back though. I probably need this.
That massive satyr's back.
Unlucky. Oh, broke it. Still got the summon off, unfortunately. Oh my god, it sucks! It sucks! My life! I think I lost, yeah, I'm way below 75%. Crap!
That stench. Accept this message.
Special deals more in a larger area. Sprint is faster and does daze. cast expands in size till it expires.
Marble.
I've yet to use the reroll, by the way.
At their call, once lurked to the upper reaches of the underworld, making profane preparations for the Titan Lord's return.
Wait, they've always been working for Kronos? This was happening before he even showed up.
Those satyrs belong here more than they know.
Wow. Inside job? We don't need money.
Worth taking the longer route?
No, it's not. We have to heal quite a bit of HP. Remember when I had an Omega button? I remember. It was the big bonk build. Ooh! If that one shot, my god, we'd be chillin'. Can do something like that though. $927. Why do I sometimes do $927? Something happened? I wonder if we got a new... Oh, we're still sitting on this. Hopefully this changes for something better. Back hit? I don't think we have bonus damage on back hits. This is possibly worth our time. Not sure why the room between 5 and 3 is not 4. I did a... Oh, maybe Hades doesn't count. Maybe if you actually go to Hades, it doesn't count against you, which would be weird, but I think you will always go to Hades. Maybe assume that Hades is part of the express route, in which case they should just get rid of the other option. That's a guess. Oh, I did not know they can spin those. Alright, we found a flaw in our build. If I miss, it's really bad. Dang. Whenever I do dash strike, that's a mistake. Ooh, dang.
In the name of Hades.
Alright. Minimum life down to 53. Chat, was 72 divided into 187? I mean, we didn't hit attack power, so it doesn't matter. You just take this anyway. Yeah, I'm nowhere near 53%, but if we get, like, food, maybe. Just maybe. Wonder how much Death Defiance would give me back. missed. How awful. This might be a Death Defiance used anyway. I hate that he can complete the summon, despite not finishing the animation. I feel like the game does not need more help. They're strong enough as is.
No traitor to the house shall go unpunished.
All right. I have $1,000. You will buy a heal from the shop and still hopefully heal the full. That's my expectation, but if I take too many more hits, that's not gonna happen. I have this big issue where I can't seem to get my attack out. Think. Think. Did I not get the full cast there? There we go. Numbskulls are gonna be annoying because they teleport. Almost went right into that.
Ensnared.
For those wondering why I'm not doing spin to win is because for some reason it doesn't work when you have bonk. The game forces you to do a bonk first and then you can spin after, so it's like very unwieldy. Still took 5 from the explosion. All right.
The house is just ahead.
Restore. Get a random item. Preserved hope. After the duration, restore HP. That's not gonna do anything for us. Good job, devs, for actually... When I press my boon button to like examine my inventory, it takes me straight to the last thing I got. Rather than putting me at the beginning. Full heal. That actually... Ooh, and there was no health in here, so that was massive. Alright, we're gonna do this first to try to hit attack up.
I need this.
We did not hit. Bonus damage until you take damage. Supernova. We'll go for the half-life damage.
Better. Hear me, on my authority.
Specials do more damage to nearby foes. Dash will blast and weaken. Any max life rewards you find have greater effect. This is not retroactive, I am sure.
This feeling, oh.
Oh, we can just take basically everything. Oh, okay. I wish it worked on sprint. Like, it'd be really cool if, like, when I end the sprint, then I would actually get the weaken effect. Maybe that's asking for too much.
The stolen fortress beckons, for the moment undefended and exposed.
I have my Death Defiance, we have full HP.
Or his certainty of victory complete.
I do good damage, my only issue is that...
Or perhaps both.
My hits are super unsafe. It's like we go in to do an attack and I could get swiped.
Hello, my girl.
Such a cool
You
boss.
saw your father out there, I presume? He required a special arrangement. For eons, he incarcerated countless souls within this place, not to mention me. It seemed only fitting he should have to waste away accordingly.
You couch it in morality when vengeance is reason enough. Though since you've reasoned it all out, by what right did you take the other members of my family? And Nix and all the rest?
Why? Because they opposed me. Except you have this rather
Just to be
vexing
evil.
knack for resisting some of my time-honored techniques. A recessive family trait, perhaps. Although your brother, he was not so fortunate. You too shall break, however, soon enough.
What a fun boss. Take out the ads. Big damage.
Poor girl.
23?
You cannot best my legion single-handedly.
Big hits. That one only took 500 because of the close range bonus. Wow, that hit me twice. Dang, that was supposed to be triangle. So we got some chunky hits. We just gotta make sure we don't take too much damage.
I can wait.
Get out! Double TP? I had to block that. Did not block the second one though. Oh, he's spamming. Dirty spammer right now. This I can block. Got hit by the residual though. That is awful. Alright, ad phase. Very bad ads, by the way. Just to say that. It's a Death Defiance. I am stun locked to death. I don't quite know what the answer was to the tornado. Tornado definitely killed me just then. Oh my god, that's awful. Feels like you had to get the less damage taken during attack's hammer. I don't know if we saw that time. So tornado, I had to run to the side, past the two satyr rats to get behind them, and then been okay. I wonder if we had less reinforcements, would that have been better? Because then I would have only had maybe one of the elites and not both of them. The elite's random. Like, it could be a shielded elite. It could be that elite that we just saw. And that's all I've seen. That's the only combinations I've seen. So that, especially when you have such a slow attack, I don't know if having reinforcements was the right move there.
Getting crowded out there. More shades, guy with the horns. I don't like him, Mel. Not one bit.
As we grow in numbers, we grow in strength. What's your concern with that?
Don't like to share? Except this tent. I don't mind sharing it with you. Most of the time.
I'm honored.
Alright, we gotta get back there. Let's update the title. 0 out of 3. But we can see it is 100% winnable. Like, that fight...
Greetings.
I only have a couple of moves that I haven't gotten down packed yet. One of them is the, like, ranged boomerang.
You mean he's going to try to change the future?
And then the other one is the rat ads. The other ads are fine, like the shieldmen and stuff like that, but the rat ads is awful.
Yes, I think he's already trying to do just that. Unfortunately for him, the three fates can be a bit headstrong. I trust they may be quite resistant as captives.
I can't imagine Kronos.
So we gotta go back through the overworld stuff, by the way.
Or anybody else. How he must hate them. When he was overthrown before, that was the outcome of a fated prophecy.
Interesting.
Indeed. As for now, I sense there are no weavings happening at all. No new futures foretold. Kronos believes he has no prophecy to fear. Yet I believe this is an opportunity for you to make a better future for us all.
Okay. We have nothing new here.
Welcome, Lord Charon. Your mother Nyx, my lord. I saw her lately in a nightmare.
Everyone's gonna have something to say as we come back. You dealt huge damage in the first half of the fight, but the latter half, it was harder to get to him. Now, is it harder to get to him, you say, due to the ads? Or harder to get there due to the kinds of attacks he was doing? Like the boomerang, like multi-slash, and the slash has a reality slash behind it? It could be V. There was a lot going on, so I'm sure a little bit of everything has something to do with it.
As promised.
Thank you, game. Could actually use some psyche, to be perfectly honest. 60% more mobs packed option. Can't imagine how many of those fishes and hourglass spawn. My worry would be rats.
I'll take it.
Get another nectar. Oh, we need ashes. What am I doing?
Ash of the dead. Trade you.
Literally just spam ashes. That's not done? Oh, it is done. Yo, we got our first doohickey.
What to cast?
That was a ward. So now we can open up the surface. Enhance the Altar of Ashes so that you can unlock the potential of your Arcana. Also grants 3 moon dust, which is how we power up the Arcana, I suppose. It's more of our ashes gone. Turn trusted beasts into animal familiars.
To all my beast companions, near and far, let us protect each other, soul and scar.
New mechanic?
It is done.
New roguelite mechanic unlocked?
This should work.
Briny Life Spring. Chance of healing in this area. Enhanced fountains so that they restore more. Oh, I feel like there's so much stuff that I haven't done yet. What in the world?
So moted be.
Permeation of wards. Very important. I don't have the mollies for it. What's the point of permeation of wards if you can use shadows instead? Gain the ability to traverse warded gateways, such as the one leading to the surface. But isn't that what the shadows are for in the first place? Oh wow, we need this.
Into the pot. Hear me, O shades, on my authority. Give my demand all due priority.
I probably should have unlocked these things.
Been meaning to try this.
Yeah, you get to the surface, I know, but that's what the shadows are for anyway, right?
Cut.
Might be on the other side. Oops.
I know my brother trusts you more than most.
10 mushrooms. We haven't done that yet. Is the cauldron the mirror? No, the cauldron... In Hades 1, there were NPCs that you would use gemstones on. And the gemstones... Yeah, the contractor, thank you. The gemstones were used to build up both the biomes and the House of Hades. So same thing here. Update Book of Shadows to give you insight.
Power to create.
May as well do this. Fountains are worth more.
So mote it be.
And then I hate using ashes. I literally just got my ashes. And now they're already gone.
Which I stand. Fulfill your true purpose that I know firsthand.
We're never gonna finish our arcanas. So sad.
See Charon's latest haul, goddess? Shipment by the riverside. All yours. And we're watching the rivers, making certain this won't be the last.
Lord Charon risks aiding my efforts in such a direct way. Are we able to compensate him at all?
Aye, with what gold we've gathered recently. He really means to melt down every last one of those Kronos coins we can get our hands on.
Such a cool, like...
Oh, yes.
Lore thing that they did for the Kronos coins.
Come along.
Wow, I am running out of seeds. We gotta go shovel.
What have we there?
Live and thrive. How have my favorite creatures been surviving recently?
Alright, so we still need to use the familiar system. Maybe it's over here.
My altar's all charged up. What's this?
Insights unlocked. You may now use Moon Dust to unlock the full potential of Arcana cards. Using the altar, press square to switch to Insights. I don't know if I have to have one selected.
Let me see.
Okay, so this upgrades health and mana, which I think this is probably one of the most useful things I own.
I see it now.
I feel like I will always have it equipped. Uses both G-Rock and Moon Dust. Added an additional Death Defiance using more Moon Dust. Okay, there's some cool stuff in here. Alright. I can tell you, chat, Hypnos and Chaos are a will smash. Oh my god. There's a lot of that on Twitter right now for all of my people who use Twitter. People love hot characters in games. Especially when it comes to Hades. A boon of Aphrodite. You can rarefy one of her blessings. So I guess all of the boons for the actual gods themselves are just add rarity. Which is like, okay, I suppose. Not the coolest thing.
Should work. Ugh, these blasted wards.
Oh, I guess we can't just use a Shadow Flame to go up there. Alright. Mostly used for bonding with animal familiars. Uncommon resource deprived from closely guarded recipe. Maybe we just go back and talk to the frog. Okay.
Regained your strength, I see.
Is this not a beast?
You keep the headmistress in pleasant company. She's an important job to do.
There must be more than one beast in the game.
Something for me.
We know the toad is up here, but I was really hoping there was something besides the toad, because that's what everyone has.
This is a very special treat for us.
If you have the bones, you can buy 3 more moon dust. I have 9 bones, unfortunately. I spent all my bones on ashes,
Meet me in the training grounds.
and now I have no bones at all. And no ashes. I have neither one. Because I spent all of it.
One more of Nyx's kin is here for us to mind. Your incantation tracked him after all. Doom typically arrives uninvited, of course.
Lord Moros is to be our guest. I know his presence must seem an ill portent, but if the Fates wanted him here, who are we to fight it?
Who indeed?
Alright. Let's try this again. Reload the save could have done it.
Freenos, you're here.
I hope
Come
it's
along.
not that simple. Hops about, absorbing foes' range shots that might have struck you instead. Tool support, Tablet of Peace. Freenos can perform this tool's function 1 time this night. Right? That's just more psyche, I believe.
The Altar of Ashes.
We need 150, so we can't do anything there. Chat, we might be pretty much locked in until we get tons of ashes. There's not too much we can do there. I will change weapons, though. Even though that setup was pretty good. We can at least farm some bone this way.
I'll find more bones with this.
You have an animal familiar now. Well, your disciples are my disciples, young one.
Gotta get our ash in gear. We need ashes of war like we're back in Elden Ring.
Also, if they like.
Thank you.
Okay. We're back at it. Hades 2. The game's been great. Honestly, I can say with full certainty that the game is great. What we have to do now is take the shovel, because I need seeds. We need to go back in. We just happened to die to Kronos at like 25% HP. I lost probably 300 HP in his last 25%. I got absolutely decimated. But I feel pretty confident in the fight now. So whatever happens today should be a win. Should be. Just ask about getting up to date on progress. Don't want to spoil. No. We're 0 and 3 right now in Kronos. Specials do more damage in a larger area. We've never tried ranged dagger. I don't think it's good. Like, unless you can somehow increase attack speed. Like, increasing the size of those is also nothing, right? Because it's an arrow. The arrow doesn't really do much if it's any bigger. Like, I could just go in and melee. Do you just go next? No, surely this will become good. I promise. Oh, I thought that was an enemy. The Omega version looks a little better. Previously, I wasn't a huge fan of that. Alright, some Nightshades, some max HP, because I feel like that's always the right move. We may want to consider doing reroll. Like if Poseidon shows up, I think that's a reroll. I don't know what god would really make the dagger sing, though. The kunai. I just say kunai, because I don't want to confuse the melee attack with the ranged attack.
Vitality.
Early hammer. This decides if this build's gonna be any good or not. Bullet hell? Alright. Let's see. Omega attack hits a wider area, uses mana. Special does more more damage and bounces. That's technically what we're doing. Omega special fires each shot straight forward. Your specials have increased range.
The keenest blades of all.
Okay, is it like a machine gun? We're unloading the banana clip into the monster? Okay, that might be something. Yo, Blaze, good to see you. Daggers are awesome, just unlock staff. Or just stuff in general. And you're so hyped. I'm really hyped about this game. I think I'm actually having a blast with it. I'm not saying that most games I don't have a blast with. Double tap. Oh no! It doesn't kill. And now we're out of mana. Okay, so again, if we play this, we're gonna need a mana generator of some kind. Which I'm okay with. That just means the build has a plan. Scorch. We already have something. I think we're okay with Scorch, right? Believe she can be light. I don't know if the light bonus is gonna be like super impactful. Alright, there's usually other monsters that we need to take out. Yeah. Yep. How did I not see this when I came in? Oh, I was on the edge. Not bad. That is not too terrible. If I get the Scorch special, I will actually switch.
Well, next time you're there, you burn your way on through. Hear me, hot stuff?
Oh, she likes me. Attacks can Scorch. Cast repeatedly inflict Scorch, and then you can Ohm it. I actually really like Glowing Coal. I think it's really good.
Excellent.
It's a Hadouken. Basically all of this. Haven't had the chance to watch much. Is the gun or bow back? No bow. She's basically a mage. Though there is an axe. And I do have dual daggers. So the equivalent of the bow, I guess, would be the staff. And the equivalent of the gun, there may not be a gun equivalent yet. But it's early access vanilla, so it could easily be other stuff in the future.
Take your shot, sister.
Surprised the double tap doesn't kill that. Imagine pressing the square button.
See that?
Okay, that is actually pretty cool. Oh my god, my life! We have a real build. It may look like I have daggers, but I'm actually firing bullets right now. If I tried skull yet, I do not have skull.
It's really true about the fates that Kronos somehow got to them.
Someone asked earlier about how many biomes are in the game. Turns out there might be even more than 5. How is this game early access?
How can you be so casual about this? If the fates themselves couldn't stop Kronos, we won't have an easy time. We're beholden to chance ourselves.
So what if we are? You know not even I always hit my mark. What do I do if I miss? I take another shot. The greater the
It's a good
skill,
motto.
This is up to chance.
Foes in your cast may take critical damage from your attacks, but not your specials. Which is, like, unfair, I think. After you dash, Omega moves do more damage. A piercing arrow fires toward any foe damaged by your Omega cast. Is my Omega cast ranged? Why does that only do 20 damage? I guess you take this with the assumption that you're gonna run out of MP at some point, and you will probably have to press the square button, like towards later game. If I got the cast from him that repeatedly drops mortars, that could be really nice. Okay. I haven't crit yet. It's a good sign. There's a crit. Oh, I kind of like the build. When did you get a pet? I got it literally just now. It's gonna be getting 1 instance of Psyche for me by the end of this. Your attacks occasionally create a blast. After you sprint, it creates a blast. Attacks and specials deal bonus to armor. So this is like the easiest thing to take right now. But ideally, we want the cast version of that. We just need so many ashes. This is easily a game of the year. Well, Hades 1 did get action game of the year. As far as polish goes, like, yeah, this game has an extreme amount of polish, but it's gonna be hard to go up against so many anticipated titles. Then again, I guess you would say the same thing about Starfield, and we know how that turned out. Someone was asking earlier, V, what's the point of the cast if the cast does no damage? This is a version that does damage. And we don't even have the actual god. You know what? For once, I'm not gonna go to Arachne. Typically I would. But I'm highly interested in what I can get from a shop with all this money. And that's awful, because I love Arachne. You have to consider money at some point. Not money, mana. We don't have a lot of mana. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna get stunned. bone. I think if you alter that, it just turns it to ashes anyway. That's good gameplay. I thought it was a little sus at first, but it's really starting to grow on me. But I need that cast to not really last very long. But I guess that clashes with our Artemis. What does the frog do? We haven't got a chance to show it off yet, but eventually we'll find shades, and we will want it to interact with a shade. It will gather resources for us.
This should help.
Again, if we get special replacement, we replace.
Not that there ought to be a price on blessings anyhow.
Attack Scorch. Rapidly restore mana but lose max HP. Omega Special launches a fiery projectile and uses more mana. Both of these, I think, are gonna be in the kit eventually.
They'll burn.
Not yet, but don't forget about what you just saw. 120 damage. I don't think you go Nova Flourish, because I don't think the dagger does, like, good base damage.
Grow stronger.
What do you want?
Not particularly close with your brothers or sisters, are you? When you chance to visit us, Nemesis will...
Yeah, Frog also eats a bullet.
I know, it's just... Now for the test.
Yeah, now to test the build and see if it's actually good.
You brought some company.
Such a funny concept.
An unassuming choice. Your amphibious friend does not appear to have capacity to sway the outcome here.
I never trust appearances entirely, Headmistress, and no, neither do you. This must be an exciting night for Phrynos.
We are not here to entertain your woodland friends.
This should be a good fight for me.
They don't get underfoot.
Oh, second fireball. Dang. Is that the real one? Oh my god, that was the real one.
We are as one. Look now upon the moon.
No, not the moon.
Return to me, sisters.
No. Look at that damage. We're dead. One single tap. All I got. We're already out of mana, by the way. Really sad. That's fake. So unfortunately, we have no mana. So my special build is garbage. Counter. Again.
Saluni tests your will.
Oh wow, it's already gone. Did it hit a wall or something? Is that how you're supposed to do it? Is just make it hit a wall? It's like I've never played this game before. Chat, remember, we need MP generation. Even if it costs us max health. I'm glad we took the Artemis boon. That gives us crit inside of our bubble. The frog ate the Lamify? No way. That'd be so cool if it did.
Good.
I feel like that can't happen, but if it did, that is incredible. I should wait, right? The later one should give us more currency. We only get one use of the frog. I don't want to blow it already.
The Titan.
Just in time.
He said the word.
I am time itself. What are you? A thrall of those calling themselves gods, mindlessly serving at their whim. My children are crafty. To them, you are nothing but a common tool. And not an especially sharp one, it appears to me.
What fun dialogue.
Maybe I should switch.
So I assume if we switch off of Lucky Tooth is locked out for the rest of the game. That's how Hades 1 worked, right? So what I should be doing is that early game, I should never use Lucky Tooth. I should use something that just gives me either damage or consistency. And then from there, we can change out. Oh, that's a tough call.
A little pain is all.
Moon should show up later. Steam, thanks for the hydration. We got coffee today.
I shall hold Kronos to account for what has come to pass. But I am not without blame myself, for I fear that I made present matters worse.
How so?
I shall see whether any such mistakes can be corrected.
Chaos makes mistakes? You would imagine a creature of that stature does not make mistakes. 55 max mana? Any gold you find is worth 90%? 90% is a ginormous number. Almost double gold.
Chaotic might.
How do you not go for that? Like the mana, we're gonna get mana. Hope you. Ranged build. B, I thought this was a double dagger build. Nuh-uh. Nope. I'm a mage. I just happen to be using melee weapons. Oh, we're all trapped in that. Wow. That's a lot of HP. They made the sound like something was here. Maybe because I already got it. Maybe it was that. Typically, you only hear that ding if there's something to pick up.
Jump.
Wow, this is awful. Like, I don't even want to interact with this. Yeah, because I just walk in and take damage.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Cass repeatedly does Scorch. Sprint destroys projectiles. Rapidly restore mana and lose max HP. Alright, so if I die in this run, we know why, right? Clearly, I did not want to win if I keep dunking my HP like this.
This will be over soon.
But this is literally the build.
Count right now.
I have to play like this. Alter? Should probably alter someone that I don't want to see. We can get expanding cast, which I don't think I want. I think I'd rather have Scorch cast or Hephaestus cast. We can see attack. We have a new journal. Oh, but it doesn't show us what the boons do. That would have been super useful just now. That's tough. Because you need affinities too.
I'm back.
Wow, my frog absorbed that bullet. I mean, all the explosions look really cool. I don't know if I'm doing good damage or not. I haven't even broken this thing's armor yet. Even though we do bonus to armor. There we go.
Stick to the seas next time.
We got our max HP back because the chaos is gone. After your cast, Omega cast expires, rapidly deal damage in the area. Your cast expands in size. In each encounter, deal more damage. So I guess we do this. And then every once in a while, I should probably try to use Omega cast. Hopefully this counts as support. It doesn't count as something that actually takes up the cast slot. That's one thing I would like to see. It's kind of hard to tell which things are support, like glowing coal. You would think glowing coal is a cast boon, but it's not. It's support. So how do you tell the difference between this and solar ring? Like the same terminology, I feel. That took over the slot. But then there's one that expands. Would that also take over that slot? I would dare call that a misplay. Like, that's so much mana used. I guess we get it back, and that's the whole point of the setup. This is very different than what we've done before. And I'm kind of scared of it. I don't think the icon is any different than the icon that Hestia's using.
Well,
big boom. I mean, the cast version... Oh, crap. The cast version should be pretty good on bosses, at least.
In the name of Hades.
Your attacks occasionally create a blast. Your sprint uses mana and explodes. Attack and special deal more damage per earth you have, which we currently only have one.
Interesting.
So maybe we have to start thinking about getting earth. But we don't have a lot of sources of earth right now.
Let's try it.
How in the world I missed that?
Can't do it.
You're still alive?
Good.
Unlucky. This boosts our fire at least. Spicy build right here? Only the spiciest from a VeedotVod build. Completely different than when I last took into Chronos. The last Chronos build I think was it, but I think we made a wrong decision. The double Hadouken. That kills. That is an invisible wall. I do wish that kind of snapped a little better than it does. Nice. I assume that's deadly. Special does more in a larger area. This is the cast explosion damage. And this is my fire projectile. 20 damage here, 5 damage per tick here. Which, I mean, I think we will actually be using that. Shoot. I have $300. I feel like you can't go moon here with $300.
Lord Charon, I've returned.
Officially, I'm keeping tabs on you. You're not supposed to.
Yo, Orion, it's good to see you. Do I like spicy food? I do if I don't have to go to the toilet immediately after. Whenever you're struck, you can dodge. Attacks are faster. Bows projectiles are slower.
Protected.
I still think we hold off. If we see a shade in the next area, then for sure we do it.
Still practicing, are we?
How did you like our latest song, lady?
The new song was actually pretty good.
Wrong answer, okay? We thrive on feedback from our fans.
It was actually pretty
If you
good.
seek feedback from your fans, ask them. As for me, I felt the chorus was catchy enough, but the lyrics and their disturbing themes were rather distracting.
Disturbing? Distracting? Compelling! That's what good music is. That's what Stella and the Sirens are. As for our song, you'll understand it better if you give it another listen.
Okay.
Go!
I don't think this is the new track. Oh, this build's a boss melter. We already killed the vocalist. Look at that. Oh my god. I didn't think this would be that strong. I mean, it's only 525. That's not breaking the bank. My last build, I did 525 in one swing. Drum's gone. We need that to detonate faster. Ooh. Oh, is this featured singer? Chat, who's the featured artist? It's gotta be singer, right? That's too many effects for it to be anybody else. Hit list incoming. Yeah, this isn't the new track. She lied. She's singing the old track. Oh, get destroyed. Oh wow, I didn't know she goes across the entire arena. Oh my god, we destroyed in this round. Ad phase? Hoping that Pierce would kill. She's in that, I think. There we go. Oh, okay, okay. It's still not perfect because I don't think that does a ton of damage.
Good find.
So we're still working on it. That looked wild.
My keepsake's manifest.
So, again, I've had a lot of people who say that this is... I've even seen people say that this is worse than Hades 1. And that they actually are going to go back and play Hades 1. I cannot... Like, with that we just saw, that is not comparable.
Long way down.
I think. And maybe I just am a Hades hater.
It's drier here, at least.
Like, yeah, there's some fun Beowulf shield stuff and some fun Demeter fist stuff. But I can't say that what I just saw was worse gameplay. Yeah, we haven't done Surface yet. I think I'm behind everybody. I have, what? I have 17 hours in the game, and I think I'm behind everybody.
Follow the golden petal path.
There's people in chat who are farther along than I am. There we go.
Illuminate my path.
Oh, I should have a really good serve. Goodbye. No way you survived that. Oh, these die to just this?
Damn it.
Until I run out of MP. I rapidly restore MP. You would think it's a lie.
We did it, Freynos.
Your attacks deal more from behind. Omega Special uses less mana and channels faster. Boundless Fury.
One to go.
It's legit. Only 9 mana to do it now? Hang on, hang on. And still the same number of bullets? Oh.
I had a feeling you'd show up.
I haven't beaten Nemesis
Don't need
here
assistance
yet.
From you here, but how about we make things interesting?
She two-shots all the monsters, so how in the world am I supposed to compete with that?
Watch this.
SlimyYy.
And she's in my way. Like, I'm trying to shoot the stuff, but I'm hitting her. It's like, I should just let her hit and then try to steal the last hit. She almost stole that last monster from me. Are you kidding me?
She's off.
Best weapons in Hades 2 right now? I have heard everything under the sun, Mike. Everything. According to everyone, every weapon is the best weapon. Right now, my favorite has been the axe. But I think that's because I haven't seen other weapons pop off the way how axe has popped off for me. This is getting there. I'd say this isn't quite hitting yet. Because my last axe build, all I had to do was press square and I would do 900 damage. So here, we get to somehow make something as good as this. Attacks and specials deal damage per fire. Keep in mind that the daggers are multiple attacks with a very, very low base damage. We're at 5 fire. That's a fantastic number. That's gonna really giga boost our dagger spam. I know I always take Soot, the sprint burst. Today we're not.
Split path.
Oh crap, I missed objectives there. That's my bad. I didn't do that on purpose, chat. I'm sorry. Oh wow, this is so much better. This took me so long to do, even on the last build. The last build was 900 damage a hit. Look at this.
That's enough,
I mean, I have no max health, which is a big problem, but that was really good.
Hear me, on my authority.
Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. Repeatedly inflict Scorch, I think could be more damage than Apollo's would have ever done on a single target. And also, if they leave the target, they're still taking damage. There's also just get rid of your special, which our special isn't like great. Double damage? I guess double damage is a real thing. But that's... Yo, Yobslum, good to see you. Alright, him! Oh no, we could echo and get the other thing. I don't think that's a good idea.
Wheat seeds.
I need max HP so bad. I'm basically glass cannon.
Closer to Cerberus. Cerberus. You know him. Massive triple-headed monster elsewhere in these fields. He's not supposed to be here, and it's made him very angry.
That poor pup.
Angry bulldog. Angry bulldog.
Gain health and mana, gain a random boon from the previous run, dodge chance, and then lose it each time you dodge. This one is weird because I can't imagine that this is not, especially when you're glass cannon, I have to take this. Getting a random boon from the last night could be something like Aphrodite and stuff like that. The first is location, which is crazy good. But lose 5% after each location. But that's the next biome. We have one location coming up, assuming that the boss is next. Is the boss next? I think we have 33 to hit boss. If I beat in Chronos, I died at 20% earlier today. Ninjoy, good to see you. Decided to pick up the game yesterday and I love the axe already. How'd you all get the axe on your first day? I didn't get the axe until like 10 hours later. Jeez. I think I need the dodge. Is this max HP? It's hard to tell. I don't think this is max HP. I think this is healing. You get 50% now, and then it's down to 45. Can you confirm, is this healing, or is this max HP? It's max HP. Why don't they use the arrow up? Like, we already know arrow up for max HP. I don't think I have anything that gives it. Healing has green cross. Yeah, max HP has a green up arrow. So that's like not correct, I feel. Like, partly want to go and get that max HP over there. Oh, well, there's a heart right there, so we'll be able to see.
You'll burn.
Is it gonna die? Lost my armor. Yeah, so see the icon? This is the max HP up icon. The other thing didn't have that, so I think that's probably not exactly a bug, but definitely a misuse of the UI. Omega Cast is popping off, I can say that. If we happen to get damage to armor on Scorch, then we're gonna have a pretty good next biome.
In the name of Hades.
Oh no, we didn't salute. Each time you slay a foe, deal more damage within 30 seconds. Your sprint will block 1 hit per encounter. This actually gives us bonus damage.
Time to send a message.
I'm gonna take it. Oh. Okay, later. I'm glad you all are really enjoying the game. I've been posting some YouTube vids for Hades 2. Suffice to say, they haven't really been doing very well. I think what people are waiting for is to not see a run of me playing Hades 2. I think they want to see my full review of Hades 2. Oh wow, Scorch does not tick fast
Lord
enough.
Charon will want this.
I expect it to die. Should have done Palm, I think. Really, just assume the monster's alive. If it's there, it's alive and can kill you.
Okay.
All right.
Olympus, I accept this message.
89% thinking of purchasing this game for my 50-50 stance from the other day. Black Bear, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think is the thing that's holding you back right now? Give up 100 max HP. If you do not take or deal damage for 3 seconds, Rapidly restore HP. How is this a thing? You know how much minus 100 HP is? I'd be at 26 HP. I get one tap by every monster. I literally cannot interact with this. I know I said Flame Coat, but Soot Foot's actually really nice. And then you pray that Flame Coat comes sometime later. Wow, what an ugly thing. Most builds with a 250 HP by now? So you're saying it's a user issue? A lot of her a lot of her base stuff removes your max HP. So it's like doubling down on a glass cannon. But if you already had full Hestia, then I feel like you actually are already glass cannon. Smolder damage. What's my favorite weapon to use so far? Saw your vid from today? It's Axe. I did another run of Axe today and I lost to Chronos at 20%. But that to me was like the most likely to win. I just massively outplayed myself. Dang, I didn't get the thing. Finally see our ulti. To be fair, I passed ulti multiple times already. Axe is borked. It was fun, I can say that much.
Which likewise I can stand only so long.
She actually can't stand the light reflecting off of gold coins, because it reminds her of sunlight.
Behold my light.
Raise a slain foe. Restore HP. I actually might need to use this, to be perfectly honest. As glass cannon. I actually use MP very efficiently. So there is an argument for going total eclipse. But I think we go for the heal.
Drink deep and persevere.
Hear me, on my authority.
Oh wait, crap. I actually might... No. 14 seconds versus double damage. I don't think you do that. Gain bonus life based on your mana limit? 20%? Yo, I should have got the 100 HP down. I just got everything. Yo, I could have been so tanky just now. I messed up. Alright, boss time. Yeah, remember, this game's only early access vanilla. Not even it's an early access game. This is day one early access. I messed up. Oh my god, look at that health bar. I'm chilling. No! Look at it! Thousands of damage! Millions of damage! Oh, he's still smoking.
who you are.
We got that gas on him. I do tap these now. Crap, mana. I can heal at any time, right? I get 3.
Not now.
Poor Sir B. B, you didn't have to do it to him like this. That's my dog. That's my dog. You didn't have to do it. That's messed up. I'm gonna heal myself.
Vitality.
I'm not even full casting those. That's my dog. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm still glass cannon though. We are not safe in this build whatsoever, but this is like incredibly decent build wise.
You're free again for now.
Buster, come on. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. By the way, if anyone left me any messages like during the boss fight or anything like that and I missed it, I apologize. Of course, I'm kind of in the zone here, so trying to make sure that I perform to the best of my ability because I am 0-3 against Kronos, and I would like to win. I would like to say that my confidence has gone up dramatically.
Finally out of here.
After like the last couple biomes. Scylla was like really good, but I was still worried if we could even scale.
Legions loyal to the Titan of Time yet guard the underworld's major passageways, but remain unaware of certain secret methods of descending deep into the realm.
Secrets of the unseen.
So now that we have like gotten to a point where we can scale, I'm happy now. You are able to see some aspects? Nice. Early access game, by the way. You wouldn't believe how many more systems are gonna get unveiled. I sped through this room. If there's anything there, I would have completely missed it. We do armor damage, which is nice. We don't have soot foot. We do have soot foot, so we have some.
We have an unscheduled visitor.
Unlucky. I think we have anti-rat technology. I think if a rat stands on top of that, they auto-die, because they only have 1 HP, right? So annoying. Burn. I mean, we're able to two-shot everything, so I'm kind of happy about that. The Moon Prism power resets when you use a fountain, so ideally we don't want to press this button until the final boss.
Carefully now.
Okay, so someone was asking about the math here. This is already 3. It started off as 5, right? Did it skip 4? Because that was our first fight, right? Yeah, why play staff? We could just play double dagger. Yo, happy feet over here. That was 4. You are currently on 3 now. Then what was 5? Was 5 the main entrance? Oh. It's 3 again. Am I tripping? It said 3, right? And then I clicked it, and I asked the question because I was confused as to why there wasn't 4, and now 3 is here again. Is there no such thing? It's not IV? It's 4I? No, it's gotta be IV, right? But is that what we're taught in school? I, then II, then III, then IV, then V, then VI. In sundials, you don't use IV? To be fair, I can't imagine the last time I seen a sundial in real life. Oh, snap. Compel.
Calm that shade down, Phrynos. There.
Worth 50.
It's you.
Yeah, that 5 things I wish I knew Hades edition. It's not IV, it's quadruple I.
Storm into this place with such abandon only to be ushered out again. Takes a small army of satyrs to drive him back.
Kronos casts him out into the morning fields above. Then rage and despair congeal about him, and his better senses take leave.
No! My
own
dog!
path leads me through where he
That's my
resides.
dog. Burn them
So you must face
alive, actually. Not to death, but he is now alive because we burned
for
him.
taking pity on the moody beast. He has seen better, but been through worse. You were too young to form a bond before, but perhaps it is not too late.
In your confrontation, Kronos summons fewer reinforcements. Confrontation takes a burst of damage. You take damage, go dark. So even though I feel like I actually have much efficient wave clear now, and I need this for Fated, so we're gonna take it anyway.
Very well.
We're gonna do that with the assumption the more I can focus on the boss, the better. And like, if I do this and hit a freaking rat and it stops just short of Kronos, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Cerberus, take care of him, okay?
Oh, do I one-tap these? They teleport. Otherwise, it might be a one-shot. I'm an actual mage.
Couldn't do it.
Mana! Why do I have no mana? That can't be right.
No, you don't.
You're dead. Wow, no ulti choice? Maybe it goes like 4 ulti, 3, 2 ulti, or maybe RNG. I swear I've had ultis every time. And by ulti, I mean alternate path. You're a witch? I mean, last time I played this, I was definitely a warrior. That's why I'm so excited right now. This is like actually completely different from what I played before. The Demeter build I had was really good too. But this is superior from a damage standpoint. Oh yeah, you're not summoning nothing.
Damn it.
Rapidly restore mana, by the way. With the Naruto run, oh, this is the Katon Bolsenka. This is the Sasuke build, except not the Chidori, it's like the Katon version, the fire version. We gotta have at least one weeb that knows what I'm talking about. Fire. I don't really know what could be here. We'll try it anyway and see. Oh, this room killed me before. See how it like rapidly moves towards your character? That's like really unintuitive, I think. Like that. Why does it just move so quickly? I had to heal one time there. A little unfortunate. Let's hope it was worth it.
In the name of Hades.
Your attacks do Scorch. Whenever a Scorch foe dies, they explode. Foes with at least 300 Scorch take a burst of damage that consumes the damage. That is extremely good.
Getting warmer.
Now, hopefully it repeats the Scorch effect. Like if they're in the Scorch effect and it consumes it, hopefully it like begins scorching again. Like immediately. Oh, 300 is a big number. I mean, I guess they don't have 300 HP, so maybe it's okay. You may be wondering, V, do you really have to do full cast on this stuff? Yes. Every monster in this map is awful. I would rather not see them do anything, if I can help it. I think I absorbed that bullet. It was very nice. Alright, good room.
House shall go unpunished.
Good room, bad city. That's more damage. And then we hopefully heal ourselves if something goes wrong. This right here is a little gutsy, but I think we go for it. We went to like 600 versus Cerberus. The most I saw was 1,000, but it's like, that's the total damage it dealt, right? I hope this isn't a throw. Wow, that scared me. I mean, we can sprint burst. So I shouldn't really be afraid of the bullets. My bad. I keep forgetting that them dying does damage. Like, I always assume that it's just the slowdown, and that's it. Alright, you have to go. Priority target right there. The fire explosion after from using your special, that is single-handedly winning this game. Wait. Why didn't I scorch those? I scorched it before. Was that a different bullet than normal? I don't think it was.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Interesting. 98% of our scorch. That is a very big number.
Let's not stay any longer than I must.
Alright, yeah, we're probably gonna leave. I should have enough money to buy everything. 1,200 bucks. A little walking around money, if you ask me. Does sprint have an internal cooldown? So I have 2 sprint abilities. One gives me this bubble around me, which only absorbs 1 hit per fight. Not very good. But then our other sprint, which is the fire, you can see fire on my body, that deletes bullets. Not every bullet, but a very high amount of bullets in this game it will delete. We have healing, that's nice. I should be able to buy everything, right? Cast repeatedly inflicts Scorch. Yes.
Lord Charon,
Max HP.
hear me on my authority.
Phoenix skin came back. 59 HP. We still cannot take this. That is so sad. So sad. Perfect image then. It may not last for very long, but... Coward? I think I get one-tapped by him. He probably does like 30 damage in one hit. So from that, we can hit 2, but then we have to stick around for a long time. When I get ticket, it's too expensive.
The course of history is mine to shape. Yet you continue vexing me, as though you wish to do so in my stead. Fine, what shall it be? Shall I just go ahead and cede my rightful
I have
throne?
2 heals, 1 Death Defiance.
You don't set the course of history. Your time. You're just the paving stones we cross along our way. More than getting back at the gods, you're getting back at the fates, who know your rightful place in all of this.
Oh, snap. She knows.
I do in fact take an issue with the fates. Though they ought to be none of your concern or anyone's. Imagine being free to make your own decisions now, only to long for the weight of their yoke upon your back. How pathetic.
Such a cool boss. We do have some ads. Just like weird, right? Guess you're guaranteed to have these 4. Oh, it's only 3, so that is less. Oh, you can just outrun that? Oof! So I say, what am I aiming at? I can't scorch the flag? Is this thing made of wood? You're telling me it's made of metal? Metal still catches fire, right? Rip immersion? I'm a little concerned about my Omega cast. I almost feel like it's anti-synergy with the Scorch thing. I feel like I'm actually doing less damage. We need mana. Oh, wow. That's not what I expected. It may be the fact that he doesn't really stand in it for very much. Resist. So he only does triple attacks now. I should heal.
Better.
Come on, come on.
I guess he also kind of walks out of it too, so maybe that's another issue. Anna? Triple? I missed! Girl, how do you miss? One more? He is burning in that. Okay, phase 2.
This audience has lasted long enough. You do not get to barge into this house and waste my time.
He said the word.
Time. And I can make your every moment hell. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, phase 2. Actual MMO fight. I assume that was the right thing to do.
Its audience is over.
Oh wow, that cancels my cast? Dang, messed that up. We're out of heals too. Yeah, just like an MMO. I honestly think the Scorch thing I picked up is anti-synergy. The Detonate? Alright, ads. I doubt he takes damage. Oh, he does. I played too much FF14. Alright, it's still triple attacks. Oh, no, 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 no. Unlucky. I still have Lucky Tooth. Obviously, we don't want to pop that. As soon as I say that. Assume if you are ever close to that move, it will hit you. Oh, how do you do this without move speed? Show me a phase 3. No, that's for extreme measures 4. You don't have a phase 3 yet.
The ravages of time. But you, how?
We played too many MMOs to fall for those kind of tricks. That was Alexander. Not even normal mode, Alexander hard.
You'll get no answers from me, and no mercy either. Now die already, and I'll collect the ichor from your veins, or whatever flows through them.
Oh my god.
What is death to the deathless? A mere nuisance. This house is mine. Once I am gone, you shall be cast away.
You gotta cut him up.
I expect so. And you'll be remade and back on the throne before I can return. But I shall return, and I'll slay you again and again and again if I must.
Even if, in so doing, it meant that you would never see your dear old family again. Because the mercy I have shown to them thus far is something I may have to reevaluate.
What a cool boss this is.
Our family. And what do I care? I don't even know them. But I do know you will be dead here in another moment. Any last words?
For you, my girl? No. None for now. Time cannot be stopped.
Oh wow. So what's the roguelite? What's gonna explain us having to go back and do it again? Okay, damage. Oh, this is a brand new world premiere end screen. The game did not have this capability. I mean, it had some of it in Hades 1, but not enough to really get a screenshot to post to Reddit. Indie devs, this right here, you need this in your game in some capacity, because it needs to show that this is what I did to win, and these are the things that mattered. So, clear time, 47 minutes. I talk a lot, okay? It's not a world record, I know. I stand there and I try to look pretty for chat. So, I don't care about the 47 minutes. Damage inflicted, specials, which is my triangle button, did the most damage. Omega cast, no, Omega special. It doesn't show Omega cast. That's interesting. I would imagine if Omega special's in there, then Omega cast should be in there, but there's also a world where Omega cast did not do any damage and somehow isn't on the board. Of course, Kronos did all of my damage taken. Gold Rats, Infernal Beasts, Lurkers, Tempest. Don't even know what a Tempest is. Isn't that a cloud? I don't know if... How do you see this stuff? Oh, we lost it. I really think that the Ignite Execute might have been anti-synergy. Like, at some point, it deals the damage of the Scorch, and then it removes all Scorch, and then my cast goes away. So, like, the amount of tick rate after the cast has gone away, I'm losing that damage. That's what I feel like is happening, but I'd have to review the evidence.
Nothing but sand.
VeedotVod, is there a VOD of you seeing the second phase first time? I'd love to watch your reaction. That was my first time seeing second phase. I said that, right? There has to be a second phase, right? Is what my terminology was. I assumed there was a second phase, but I've never seen it before.
The gutted grand hall of the former House of Hades eerily lies still. Knowing the immortal Titan shall return, the Dark Princess pursues an object that may be the key to her predicament.
Oh, okay, so we need the secret knife to cut him up.
It should be in the prince's chamber still.
In Zagreus's chamber? Chat, for anyone who has gone this far, should I talk to the orb or should I go through the door? Assuming the orb ends the run and the door does not. Orb me? Orb does not end, okay.
The remains of time. Should have a look around.
God, I was so scared. So what do you do? Okay, I guess the way how you do it is twofold. Nothing in here should end the run. Like, it's story-based. There should be no way to end the run from this room. Second way to go about it is when the player goes to that door, say I should check his remains. And then that would be like this thing right here. I would worry that there's gotta be at least one other person like me who's like, oh, this is a Dark Souls 3 situation. If I talk to the campfire, I go into New Game Plus. I don't want to do that. And then chat tells you, oh, do whatever you do, do not click the campfire. That is a real thing.
Thus did SlimyYy, the underworld's vengeful daughter, cross the deepest reaches of her realm to thwart her ancient, hateful foe. The Titan Kronos. Time itself, and time supposedly cannot be stopped. A claim the princess has her reasons to dispute. Hers is
yeah, we need to see the secret sauce.
Time.
On how to kill him.
Requires time as well. For now, a cruelly abrupt end shall have to do.
No! Return to Shadow now.
Yeah, see, she teleports away before she dies. Congratulations, you vanquished Kronos, the Titan of Time. However, he has not gone for good. There's more to be done before the perilous task of Princess SlimyYy may truly be completed. We appreciate your patience as we continue to build the game. Mount Olympus, land of the gods, is up ahead, I'm sure. Until then, the surface awaits, some of it anyway. See how close you can make it to the mountain if you decide to press on, and thank you for playing Hades 2. That was like a full game. So what, early access is just missing the true ending? And then concept art?
Hey.
That's a completed game if you ask me.
Hold on, what's going on with you?
Well, I
Never seen you
assume
so
the
excited
door
about life.
is Zagreus's bedroom.
What, did you discover a new species?
So whatever the secret is to kill time is in Zagreus's bedroom. So you go there and then you find out how to kill him, and then that's true ending. It's the full kill. Missing a buttload of story, I assume? How is there more to add besides the true ending? We gotta see surface? We gotta see surface. Ever seen you so excited?
Dora, I found him, Kronos, and I beat him. Withstood every trick he had until he yielded and expired.
Oh, nice. So then it's over, right? Or what?
Well, no, he isn't dead. I mean, he isn't gone, not yet. I have to go, all right?
Yeah, all good.
Alright, there's gonna be an awful lot of people to talk to, I'm sure.
Oh, hello. There's something new here.
Reveal.
Your foes
1,000 bones. Holy crap.
The underworld is your home, and you its protector.
I'm so glad we won, chat. Jeez, I thought we were washed up. Today's the day. Kronos wins. One.
How far were you able to go last night, Princess? You were gone for some time. I sensed the growing fear and excitement in the air. Even heard some of the rumblings.
If the rumblings were that I reached the depths of Tartarus,
She's so
broke
happy.
into my father's stolen house, confronted Kronos there and outfought him, then you heard correctly. Hardly a final victory, but still.
I would object to anyone but you diminishing such a victory. Is this not a vitally important component of the task you've been entrusted to complete?
Well, yes it is, but...
Yeah, we're a little confused.
And may the fates avail your next move.
We gotta talk to people. Someone's gonna understand.
Hail, boatman.
Oh my god, everyone but
Hecate
Hecate.
is going to be all right in all of this, my lord. The surface was no longer welcoming or safe for her. And now, I fear that Erebus is not much better off. You're right. She's twice as resourceful as just about anybody. 4 times. Just look out for her, would you?
I'm still, like, weirded out that Athena is the one that curses Arachne. I thought we liked Athena. Is that wrong?
One, please. Right on time.
I think we're spamming Psyche for now.
This?
Come here.
All the Greek gods are awful?
I know.
Dang. We need Molly. So I can't even do surface still until we get resources. Reveal a hidden chamber in Tartarus where you may restore HP and elude foes. Reveal golden urns. We did not have golden urns yet.
Should be
Incredible.
If time cannot be stopped, then we shall see. If spill my blood I must, so mote it be.
So mote it be.
Alright, Hecate.
You're back. Now tell me everything. You found your mark. What then?
And then he's still alive.
I reached the edge of Tartarus and made my way into the house, just as we planned. Kronos was there, on my father's throne. We clashed. He lost. But I know he isn't gone, and I was unable to linger there for long.
Truly. And you retrieved something from him, I see.
We did?
We're never going to destroy him with brute force alone, but
Well,
soon enough,
we got knowledge
he
from
may
him.
yet be undone entirely. Until then, study him. And I shall study what you found.
By study him, you mean find him again and fight him? Weaken him? Distract him?
Precisely that.
Okay, so now we have a new thing in here? No, not quite. We gotta give our thoughts on the game, by the way. We gotta figure out, like a review. Not necessarily a review that we would do. This guy's still asleep. I thought we would have broken the curse by now.
Here you'll grow strong.
I just want to get through all of this stuff, then we'll talk about the game itself. Because I want to get my thoughts cleared. We should have relationship status, right? Yeah, so 5 hearts. And then the Olympians also show their stuff. Oh, we haven't seen Eris in a long time. Eris would be open to bath salts when possible. You may need to grow closer. What a weird way to word that. Alright. We gotta do surface. I don't have the resources for it.
That's the Oath of the Unseen.
Ooh. Kneel before the Oath of the Unseen.
The Oath of the Unseen.
Salutations, you are worthy of the Oath of the Unseen, and may now enact the Testament of Night if you dare. Thus it is done. Activate various vows to raise fear and measure of adversity. Then pursue the marked Guardian using the specified weapon. Prevail and earn Nightmare for upgrades in the Silver Pool. Many vows can now be intensified to raise their fear even more, though you are also free to rescind any vows without consequence. Your continued service to the realm is appreciated either way. Hint: enact available testaments to reveal more. If one proves to be a struggle, you may switch weapons to attempt another. It's per boss. Foe damage. Foe health. That one's annoying. We have barrier. It's awful. Speed up. Also bad. In each encounter, you take additional bonus damage the first time you're hit. That's better than just increase the damage you take. Most encounters have more foes. Most slain foes might leave a revenant. After 5 seconds, this becomes the foe it came from unless you pick it up. It's a weird one. Most foes have a chance to be from the next region. Healing is less effective. Stuff costs more. Time.
This I vow.
Time? Whenever you choose a boon, reserve mana for each rarity higher than common. That's nasty. That's a 1 cost? If it only reserves like 1 mana or something, maybe. But if it's like, if you get a rare, it reserves 40 mana, that would be absolutely terrible. The first boons are onions, so it removes boons. It's cool that's only per region.
That fear may spread.
Because like early game, that's not like too bad, but in late game, it's awful. After you choose a boon, unpicked blessings will not appear again this night. That one's fun. So what that is when you choose a boon, the other 2 options are now nullified. I assume. That I actually think is a kind of fun way to play the game. After each location, you enter each location with less mana. With 0 mana. Wowee. Nullify the benefits of your Arcana cards. So that's for like the ultimate achievement. Okay. let's go over.
We bid you welcome to the
Oh, we have one more
vanguard
person
of
to
the
talk to.
underworld. Your eyes do not deceive. Near the gateways out of here, you'll find none other than the Oath of the Unseen, I think it's called. Ask me not whence it came. Instead, ask just how tough you really are.
I earned the right to look upon the oath, the testaments of night. Do I dare speak the vows, and thereby spread the fear that darkness brings?
Come on, what are you, scared? Those nocturnal arms you got, they're probably gonna love that fear and testament type stuff. I say give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen?
All mortal kind condemned to never-ending torment and despair?
It's gonna be fine.
Alright. So, thoughts about the game. Chat, are you all enjoying the game? Give me a Y. If yeah, what I just saw V today, that looks extremely enjoyable. Or N if, yeah, I don't know. I'm still 50-50. I think it is very much a better game than Hades 1. Hades 1 does have like really fun story to it. But most of the time, I feel like each weapon is gonna do one thing. And it's really aspect dependent too. So aspect of Demeter, you're gonna want a beefy special, and then you stack the attack, and then you press the triangle button. And you do that on every single enemy. You might have some support stuff in there. Support arrows from Artemis. Maybe Athena dash. Maybe you could fit a merciful end in there somehow. But it's almost like here's your gameplay, and then here's added damage on top of that. I think Hades 2 has sort of solved that issue, from what I've seen, by here's your weapon. That weapon may branch off into a couple of different patterns. That pattern can be supported by these things. That's not necessarily just attack up. It's like, here's a really good source of Scorch, and now the Scorch will like perpetuate damage afterward. To be fair, if you think about it, the cast stuff has nothing to do with your weapons at all. That's like another layer of gameplay as leveling up the cast. But the special we had. So I never press this button when I use dagger. But that build had it. And it wasn't simply because we had cast speed. It wasn't simply because the hammer changed it from 5 daggers to 1 dagger so I could stack onto one enemy. It wasn't just because each dagger did double damage. And if I had stacking Scorch, it would have been even better than that. But all of that stuff together, I think, combined into making what that build just was. Maybe the hammers are a big part of that. Like, perhaps it wouldn't be as cool if the hammers weren't as cool. We still have a lot of weapons that we need to discover how cool they are. That was only the dagger, and really only the axe, where I've, like, really felt this is some next level gameplay. And one thing I really didn't like about Hades 1 was that attacks and specials were basically just separate attacks. You would end up getting boons for one of them, and then spam that one. I don't know how much Hades 2 helped with that. So, I would say this is not a game where you will be pressing every single button in every single build. There are very much builds, like what I had. The build I had no attack boon at all. My attack boon was empty. And the reason why is we never press that button. If I press square, I'm trolling. The real build was circle, and then triangle until I get my circle off cooldown. So those still exist. My axe build, I never pressed the triangle button. It was only ever single slash. It wasn't this slash you see, it was a big bonk that did like triple damage or something like that. So that still exists, but my hope is that from a roguelike game, a lot of roguelikes don't want you to hit every button. It's not like a deck builder or something like that where you need to rotate through a bunch of spells and each spell needs to be as important as the last one. I think this is more of a make the best thing and commit to that kind of game. Differences, let's take Astral Ascent. In Astral Ascent, that game has a rotating spell, and you use each spell on cooldown, and it rotates to the next one. In Dead Cells, we have a primary weapon. You may have a shield, you may have a secondary weapon to go along with it, and then you have support stuff that's on cooldown. Maybe Spiritfall is the only game where you may be pressing every button because you want to... It's like a Smash Brothers. You don't do just one combo as a bread and butter. You want to do everything in the kit. So, like, maybe Spiritfall does that, but I think this game actually does a really good job of making it look like what you did it on purpose. Compared to... Take Beowulf Shield, for example. Beowulf Shield expects you to do one thing, and one thing only. And that's to spam circle to load it, and then charge, and then you explode. Anything else that Beowulf Shield does should be ignored. You could say Axe. What does Axe do? Axe has 3-hit combo. It has a shield that leads into a parry. And then everyone has cast. This is the same for everybody. So this Axe does not tell me to play a specific way. It gives me 2 ways to go about it. And I think they solved that issue. Staff. You could play it as like a spear. You could play it as a mage. And I don't think the spear is like necessarily telling you to do one over the other. The build should hopefully lead into that. And when that doesn't happen, that's when things start to get a little boring, I assume. Crap, we still don't have bronze.
What say the cards this
Meta progression. I think the meta progression of Hades 2 is much better than the Dark Mirror of Hades 1. Now, to be fair, is some of the boring stuff still in here? Yeah. Get max HP, get max mana. About as simple and about as boring as it gets, but is it a game breaker? No. So long as you supplement this with fun stuff, I think it could actually be fun meta. And what happened in Hades 2 is they have interesting stuff in here, such as... Let me find something. Omega Cast power up. Death Defiance. Okay, maybe like it's not the most compelling stuff of all time. But instead of the current mirror in Hades 1, now you have to opt into these in a way that you find to be comfortable. So we have an allowance, which is on the right-hand side. Let's get our mouse in here. We have an allowance of 21 now.
So that's it.
So I'm allowed 1 more point. Each of these has a cost to it, 5, 3. Some are 0, but they require you to do other things to use them. So whatever I play has to fit within the point system, and then also be things that I'm genuinely interested in. Would I want ignore damage in a boss fight? Sure, but I don't think I need that necessarily. Would I want less damage taken and more damage dealt? Sure, but I think I'm good. Right now, I'm rocking... honestly, this I hate. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm rocking sprint speed, which I use all the time. Slow down the map. That, it's cool. I almost wonder if I could do something else. Heal 2. When you have less mana, get bonus damage. Max HP, Death Defiance. Get max HP and mana per map. So it's like per 5 maps, then you get that. And that's a 0 cost. It required me to get 1 card from every mana cost in order to use it. So in order to use this, which seems pretty generic, I still have to do this added layer of gameplay. So I think this is fun. Someone said that my ultimate vision of this, which is to do this at random per run, does exist. I just don't have access to it yet. But I think that's better than Dark Mirror, where you unlock everything. It's a roguelite game. Eventually you will win because you kind of brute force your way by
Didn't you?
Health up, damage up, and rarity up. Rarity up probably being the most important.
I scarce believed, but by the 3rd or 4th I'd come around. Well done, goddess.
Is Hades 1 or 2 harder? Hades 1 or 2 harder first run and final boss?
Thanks, God. Though I'd not be surprised if our reports already say he's returned. But I got what I needed for now. And a little bit of payback, I suppose.
Aye, and he'll be sore about it, I expect. But even though we're not there yet, we needed this, I think. You needed this. On to the next.
Sorry, I'll answer that in a second.
Oh, yes.
Alright, so difficulty between Hades 1 and Hades 2. I think Hades 1 has an easier... Well, okay. Crap, that's really tough. So remember, Hades 1 is not in early access. Hades 1 had like a year or something of early access and became a fully fledged game afterward. Hades 2 is early access day 1. So for me personally, Hecate is easier than Meg from Hades 1. And that's like probably just purely I am so used to that fight. If it was early access Hades 1 though, where Tisiphone didn't exist, and Alecto, I don't remember if Alecto existed or not. If it was only Meg versus Alecto, there may be a point where they both become easy. Biome 2, I think Sirens is harder than Hydra. Level 1 Hydra, no extreme measures, to me is like a training dummy. And it does have like some interesting stuff. It fires the lasers, rocks fall from the skies. It can slam the arena. Like, it has really cool stuff in it, but the Scylla fight is much more engaging. Even, like, yeah, it's a straight up just cooler fight, but it's a more engaging fight. Like, you can go for the drummer. The drummer has a very specific area you fight in. You have to dodge in and out of it. The guitarist dashes across the map and then does bubbles. If you contest her, you have to be ready to dodge the dash or get rid of the bubbles. Then the main boss itself is like charging at you with fire coming out, all kinds of different stuff. It's just a more interesting fight all around. Plus, it's a cooler fight. Third fight is the Warriors versus Infernal Beast. That's a tough one, because I feel like Infernal Beast could be harder all the time, but the way how I play it, well, maybe not that. Okay, you know what I think the real issue is? The Warriors, that's Asterion, and... Chat, what's the other one? Refresh my memory. Asterion, and then what's the actual name of the other one? Asterios, my bad. So Theseus and Asterius. So I think the real issue with the third boss of Hades 1 is Theseus has a shield. So like, if you're playing a specific weapon that can be absorbed like 90% of its damage from one shield, it immediately guts you. Is that harder than Infernal Beast? I don't think it is. It's just worse. So I think Cerberus, aka Infernal Beast, I think that's a better fight Thus, it should be harder, but I think Asterius and Theseus is a worse fight purely from a gameplay perspective. Hades versus Kronos. I think... Okay, so I gotta really think here. So Hades throws skulls, teleports. Hades' ads can be worse. No, because Kronos has the freaking rats. I think Kronos has to be a harder fight. It has more mechanics to it, and it actually breaks some of your mechanics. Like, if you have a slowdown in your build, he doesn't care about that. I think the advantage Hades has is he's going, like, directly after you a lot into melee. And that way you have, like, this really cool, like, in-your-face kind of dodge patterns you can do. Kronos is like a god. Hades, I feel like, is just a dude. Kronos feels like you're actually fighting against something that is probably going to kill you 80% of the time you fight him. Hades, I don't get that from him. I feel like Hades, I died because I got a super big sweep across the screen and it just happened to tag me. Kronos has some of that too, but I give Kronos credit because it looks really cool when he does it. So I think Kronos is a harder fight, but I think it's a better fight too. I think it's more fitting of a final fight compared to Hades. And that's not to say that Hades Extreme Measures 4 isn't fitting, because that fight is freaking nasty. But again, it's like you versus your dad, a guy who is like trained in the way that kind of you are. So it makes sense that that's how that fight goes. Trying to think what else to talk about.
Good evening, boatman.
There was a conversation earlier about, like, I like the idea of playing Hades, but I don't want to play a roguelike game. Hades feels like a good ARPG, but not a good roguelike. And I agree if you use roguelike with a K and not roguelite. This is definitely the ultimate roguelite game. You do runs, and then you unlock mechanics. And the mechanics are fun. If you talk about roguelike, then that means like a very random run, and there might be 1,000 different variants of that run that might occur. And this is early access day 1, so for all we know, by the time this is in 1.0, we could have 1,000 variants of a run. We just don't know yet. To say that it's not a good roguelite, I think, especially as we progress through early access, the build variety I've seen has been like pretty different stuff. And maybe I just haven't done enough runs to really say, because what, we're only at 13 runs or something? Maybe there's a scenario where I would say, oh yeah, this feels exactly like the Axe build I had. I can say nothing has felt like the Axe build. Nothing has felt like the Demeter build, and nothing has felt like this yet. There are people who would like to play this without the roguelike component. Like, is there a way to have either no permadeath or stage selection or something like that, so I can experience the story without having to do roguelite mechanics? Maybe that's something for 1.0. I would definitely like there to be an option for more people to play the game. But right now, I think I like the roguelike part of this. Right now, I'm already thinking, what weapon do I want to take? And then I wonder what that weapon's going to turn into by the end of the game.
Cauldron.
We'd eat mollies.
You prevailed in your attempt, but our enemy is time itself. And it would seem that
Kronos has actual one-shot mechanics in Phase 2, multiple.
As yet.
Yeah, it does feel like a raid fight compared to like a sparring match.
And yet, I feel as though I've come no closer to achieving our true goal. My task, sometimes I fear, it's impossible.
Impossibility tends to be transient. Time would wear us down, but with patience, We can withstand him until our night arrives at last.
I wonder if I can buy Molly with bone. That'd be really convenient. No. Interesting. We gotta track all of these. How do we have no Molly? Is there not, like, a seed to plant for that? We need garlic, too. No seed for Molly? Is that illegal? Well, this is unfortunate. So we can't even do the surface yet. We can probably grab a bunch of ashes, though. Oops. Because I have a lot of bone. 1,000, right? I hate that's only one ash at a time.
Ash for my arcana. Take care then.
We should be able to do something off 60, right? Don't forget nectar. Yeah, we just buy the nectar whenever we see it.
Finally.
We hold out against our common foe.
To achieve victory, we must endure.
This is a thing?
The ravages on us, time.
Those little details. Any other game, you can't join in. Wait, they locked me out of the cauldron because they're using it. Devs! Alright, that's fine, that's fine.
Trade you.
You got there. Come here to gloat, I bet. I beat him. I beat the Titan.
Yeah, she wasn't here a second
He's still
ago.
alive, you realize, don't you?
I wasn't
That's
coming
toxic.
here to gloat, and yes, I realize. But this is still a step. If I could vanquish Kronos once, I can do it again. And one of these nights, he's not going to come back.
Yeah, because one of these nights I'll get my hands on him myself.
Then you can do the gloating, right?
It's very fun. Alright, let's cash in a little bit. Probably do some things to unlock what we're missing.
The Queen.
After you vanquish a boss, activate 3 random inactive cards. That's cool. That's a 0 cost. You have to have no more than 3 cards. Okay. Per guardian? 3 cards per guardian. Oh, we gotta try it at some point. We need Ash. I only ever need Ash.
You're here, Lord Charon.
I wonder if that's gonna be like a fun way that people do almost like Eden streaks in Isaac. Is this the equivalent of Eden Isaac? This adds more replayability technically because the runs are now like super randomized.
Just breathe.
50. Crap. Well, I had 1,000 bones.
Here are the bones. Ashes.
I assume this is not how you're supposed to play the game. Right? And I assume the only thing that you're probably supposed to take is Death Defiance.
Judgment.
You can insight it too? Oh my god, that's so many resources. Fabric, sand, dust, and thalamus. But you get 4 cards instead. That seems really powerful. Alright, so how do we play Judgment? There's no deactivate all button, unfortunately. Activate no more than 2 cards of the same amount. So what's important here? I can't deactivate that, by the way. So Death Defiance. Max HP, max mana. Rarity up. We don't even have health restoration.
The Titan.
It says it's still active. So the zeros must not count as active. It's like awakened. It's a completely different thing, I suppose. Yeah. That one really sucks before you upgrade it to be 5 cards per boss. I'm gonna try it. What's the worst that could happen? We just lose? I haven't played not Sister Blade. I haven't played Witch's Staff since I installed this game. So funny. Keepsake. We were using Lucky Tooth, but now we don't need to do that anymore. We can swap to Lucky Tooth at the end. Rare Chaos. Gain an upgrade path for your Hex. You move, strike, and channel faster for the next 200 seconds. That's from Hermes.
The droplet.
It's for early game. So we only need 1 point. Foe damage, foe life. All foes are faster. That's a 3-pointer. More expensive. Healing's less effective. Goes down to 75. How bad's Revenant? 25% chance to become a Revenant. And all you have to do is pick it up in 5 seconds. That's fine, right? That doesn't exist. That's free. What if you don't go Death Defiance and just hope you hit it when you randomly need it and start off with something better? Yeah, to me it's like, is there something better besides rarity up?
For the Silver Sisters.
Like, I'm almost wondering if everything in there, not that it's win more, but everything in there will help me win the end. I just need to make sure that I don't beat to the boss. Attacks deal more damage to nearby. Your cast will drag a foe in. I don't think we want Flutter on staff. Oh yeah. Yeah. Droplets for speed running? We'll swap once it's done. Oh crap. That's 25%? All 3 of them transformed. What kind of 25% is that supposed to be? Early moon? Early moon prism power? Think you go for it.
I'll send you to your graves.
That's fun. That's not fun.
Got you.
We need like size on that or something.
This is for you.
I believe we've gifted her before.
Lend me your light.
You faced the Titan in the lowest depths. That much I knew before your headmistress confirmed you vanquished him, as I had faith you would. If his life force is like grains of sand, then you took one. Eventually, all.
Depends on how many grains of sand you're talking about, lady.
Which suits you?
Crash down, eclipse, slow down. Kind of wish you could see what these could turn into. If we never find mana generation, well, we won't really get a mana generator until after the first boss, because then we get our cards. I almost wish I didn't get this yet, because I think our cards are what makes this matter. It'll for sure.
My greatest
We'll do it,
is yours.
but there's no guarantee we'll be able to actually make something out of it. Apollo has size? Oh yeah, just assume size is all Apollo does. Why would Apollo be the god of size? Anyone know? Sun equals big. You're not wrong.
There.
Is the time paused, do you think? Next 200 seconds. How do I even know if that's still active? Devs didn't plan for anyone to actually use that thing. Yeah, so we ain't speedrunning. The ring will turn black when it's done. Is that some Lord of the Rings reference? Glad that's AoE. Alright. You can see something moving on the ring itself. Oh my god, it's almost done. Wait. It's not paused in this area when combat's done. That means they wholly intend you to do old style speedrunning. Or like you pause the screen and do all that stuff.
There was a recent moment when time briefly ceased to be, and I alone could tell. I believe this coincided with your confrontation with Kronos. Now you return to me, attempting to repeat the same outcome. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a long story. You have 120 seconds to clear 3 fights or die. And then you move fast. What? Dash is slower and uses mana. Boons are more rare. We kinda need this.
Worth the risk.
I hate hiding the areas though. Oh, I messed up. Alright, my bad, my bad. So I mean, the Hermes thing levels up. It's only 120 right now. I promise you it gets better. Oh wow, I do not respect that move at all. I saw a word.
It's no use.
I don't know what it was though. Because I was outside the darkness, outside the domain.
It's gone. You with me, Homer?
How exactly you shall vanquish Kronos, someone shall have to explain to me at some point. Your witching ways shall help you to prevail where we could not, hmm? At least he hasn't yet imprisoned you along with your kin.
That's toxic. Attacks can blitz while you have no more than 10 mana. All foes are occasionally struck by lightning. And then revenge. Not ideal.
Hail, princess, light of the moon.
Come on up.
So the ring is done, right? It's still highlighted. Oh, okay. This effect has expired. I mean, that's a placeholder, so eventually that's not gonna be what it looks like right now. Yo, Liquid, welcome. How am I doing? Am I liking the game? I think the game's fantastic. It's a solid 9 out of 10 for me right now. And this is
My incantation must have led me to
post-game.
this place.
So we have already had our first win.
Deep in the endless woods of Erebus lie secret clearings, undiscovered.
I gave my thoughts earlier. I'm gonna have to like put that together in some kind of something.
I knew we'd find this place.
But I do call this game a 9 out of 10 right now.
Stand back, or else.
Do we win?
Let's split the killing down the middle, give or take. As in, I'll take your gold.
No, I need my gold.
Come around.
One of us will.
Oh crap, I'm just stacking them for her.
Wanna go?
Wait! Wait, hang on. This ain't right. Yeah, you deal with that. Oh. More. I'm out of mana. I was gonna say I could just steal the spirits. She stole that from me. She's super winning. Rip. Let's leave the spirits. And see if we can farm. Like, I need a big lead. Okay. Wow.
Lost to you again.
Only because, not that I cheated, but I let some monsters resurrect so I can kill them again.
Thought for
And she
sure
didn't
when
know
first
that.
you saw me out here, you'd go telling Hecate soon as you could. But you didn't.
Nope.
It's fortunate for you, Headmistress doesn't ask me to make reports. You're probably drawing some of our enemy's attention off of me, at least.
Very least I could do. Wasn't going to back down no matter what you did, but this way, can stay focused on the task at hand.
Give me my money. Did she give me my money?
See you soon.
Unlucky.
Beat me to it.
Alright, I mean, not that I know what was in that area anyway. She did. Usually it's like a pickup off the ground and not a automatically goes to your character situation. Probably don't have to double cast that. I mean, famous last words. The respawning doesn't seem all that bad. All I will say is that 25%, and it happens very, very often. I don't know if that percentage is accurate. I guess that's the law of RNG, right? You're only gonna think it's not accurate. Oh, mana. Because all you have to do is pick up the ghosts, and then it's basically done.
The underworld's power.
Famous last words, of course.
Curse I had.
Yo, Galactus. Welcome, welcome. That was weird. Just moving around very strangely. I feel like this is a lot more enemies I normally have to deal with here. So, how we were supposed to speedrun this to the first boss, I have no idea. Do I think the game's worth buying? I think it was worth buying, at least for me. I know it's got a lot of people who may not necessarily want to do $30 for early access, but I got my money's worth. 100%. And then some, because this is going, like, much better than I expected. All I gotta figure out is the YouTube side. And once I get that down, then we'll be all set. Unlucky.
On behalf of my erstwhile professional associate there. Feels good to be working together with that one again. You tell him I said.
200 seconds is like 3 minutes 20, so it's feasible. And that's level 1 too. It's only ever gonna get better. Faster attacks.
Ash of the dead. We got him finally, Lord Charon. The Titan can be slain. If but to complicate his schemes a little while, till we can put a stop to him for good.
I heard someone that compared the worthness of a game to movie tickets. If you buy for 10 bucks a ticket, it's like 90-minute watch time. Where can you buy movie tickets for $10? I go to the movie theater with Airless and we spend like 60 bucks for 2 people. And maybe not like just the tickets, that's food and stuff too. Are we talking like renting from Hulu or something? And that's not an insult, I'm saying like, I've heard that too, because people use that argument for like Vampire Survivors. It's $4 or $5 for 40 hours of gameplay. So why would I buy God of War 12 hours, it's probably not 12 hours, I'm making that up. 12 hours of gameplay for 70 bucks when I can get Vampire Survivors for so much more value. What I will say, I don't know if someone said this in the chat, what I will say is that the amount of content in this early access blows away 90% of games that have early access. Almost to a point of unfairity, because you could say, well, now like any early access that comes out needs to have a fully fledged game in it. I'd say the only game that I would say is almost fully fledged in early access is Tiny Rogues. Most action roguelikes like this, like your Dead Cells kind of games and stuff like that, early access goes up to the first boss, maybe the second boss, and then 1 or 2 weapons, and then that's it. This game for sure does well beyond that. Unfair? I said unfairity? It is almost unfair. It's almost like Baldur's Gate 3. Like, this is the Baldur's Gate 3 of roguelite and early access games. You would look at this, and this like got so much backing to it, so it's very much uncomparable. But you would think of, is my $30 worth early access? This ain't no early access like you've seen before. This is some Baldur's Gate 3 levels of early access. Wasn't Baldur's Gate 3 in early access? I never heard about that game until it was out. Unfairness? Thank you, thank you. We like to reinvent the English vocabulary around here. Any early access game that costs $30, maybe that's a precedent.
You spoke the oath.
The price is fair for what's here. Yeah, I guess most early accesses aren't $30 if it's not like some kind of big studio.
How much of it is yours?
Nobody cared until it was out? I wonder why. Wonder what the difference was. Okay, so I did activate the oath. I assume it doesn't really affect the boss fight.
A healthy fear, no more no less, Headmistress. I'm honored that you granted me the right to take the oath. Assuming it was your doing rather than Commander Skelemia's.
Best not to speculate too much. 'Twas your own doing most of all. Then face me on this terror-stricken eve. You have made certain vows and shall experience the consequence.
That would make sense if the vows had anything to do with her. I think we have this fight fully downloaded, by the way. I wish I could do more here, though. It's fake. Ah, rip hitless. Fake. Acre. That's a Sonic Adventure 2. Or Sonic Adventure, no, Sonic the Movie 3, perhaps. There might be people who've never played Sonic Adventure 2 and are gonna hear of Shadow the first time in the movie theater. Ah, I thought I was gonna get so lucky. I'll take the long way. Oh, this one's drunk. It wasn't her. It doesn't detonate on the wall. I thought that was the outplay, was make it hit the wall. Apparently not. Saving mana for Hades 3. You said bathed in it. Found you. Yo, music? You know we downloaded the fight when I can look at chat. My bad, my bad. Okay. Now we get to see the Arcana system.
Capably. And I can tell the bond you share is strong. Now, farewell.
I hope it has a full animation to it. I hope it's not just check your inventory.
Testament enacted.
Okay, it has an animation.
A gift from Night.
Oh. I don't know what that was. There was an animation, but I still have to check my inventory to see what I got. So we have... Less mana gives you attack and special. We got HP. No, I think I had that before. We got Centaur. Okay, that's big. We got cast power. We got Duo Boon. And I think I had that. So this is like a really cool system. This to me might be like extremely interesting. I would like it to not immediately go to my inventory. Like do the pop-up with the animation and then let me hover over each one and see what I just got rather than putting it in my inventory. Or better yet, maybe even give you the chance to like re-roll one of them.
Some coins.
There's some cool options, I think. Am I gonna stream League of Legends roguelike mode, by the way? So I know they just did the 2v2 PvP modes. That's when I like updated my League of Legends. I assume that PvE part's not out. Only part I saw was for Wild Rift. And maybe Wild Rift is getting it first? Either way, like, I would like to, but I haven't heard anything about it since.
You yet persist, despite my generous attempts to dissuade you. Then very well. You carry on as the distraction which you are, whilst I turn my attention to matters of greater import.
Should I change things?
Should probably get rid of that, right? It's not doing anything at all. Fountains restore more. The next common boon becomes rare. That might be worth it.
The file.
It did not lock me out of the Hermes one. We could go back to Hermes if we want. Interesting. Anyone play shoot 'em ups? The last shoot 'em up I played was what? A Void Reigns Upon Her Heart? I must have played another one since then, but Void Reigns, very, very good game. Highly recommend that one. Alright, money. We're up on cards.
You dare.
I don't know what the formula is. Like, how many free cards do we need to get for it to have been worth not getting cards in the beginning? I'm sure someone's already mapped that out. And this only gets stronger the more you level it up, but it's gonna take a lot to level it up. I now have quite a bit of mana.
Spells are up.
Ow. Alright, rip mana. We do have to find a solution to the mana issue.
Out with you all.
Ooh, we have not been able to use our ulti at all. I don't even think we could use the ulti in the boss fight. I don't think I hit 200 mana. So our hope is that this will actually get us there. Why is the cloud brown? Did you all see that? It's like New Jersey smog. What is that? Oops. That was a mistake. So you may as well not do Omega attacks on those. Alright, so we do negative damage right now. I'd say don't look at this build and think that it's unwinnable. Just know I am admitting it's bad.
The Path of Stars.
Okay, so I've never done Moon Prism Power Meteor before. It's basically a meteor that drops down. Add damage. Add damage while you don't have it. That's probably the most important thing to take. Wow, you're invulnerable for 4 seconds. Exciting. Your Hex also creates the Omega cast in that area. Fire 1 additional Moon Blast after the first one. I mean, we have to go up here, I think. Use 10 less mana before you finish the Hex. I think you dodge power as much as possible. Basically, you design it in a way where I will never be able to cast this thing. So give me power while that's happening. May as well take this, right?
One with Selene. Risky to unseal a different path.
279? Oh, this could be Hammer.
Might be a better path.
Actually, it could be anything. Shop or meta? Oh, this one's kind of whack. So these are meta upgrades, but then a shop is alongside it.
Don't look down.
If I would ask one thing of the devs is to not make that a thing.
What's cooking? Where in those bloody
Alright.
depths are you, dearie?
How's the meta progression in this game?
It's hard to get a blade
It's
of
better
rope
than
and
Hades 1, I can say that much. I think it's also important to think about this as many different systems. Like many, many systems that all work towards roguelite progression. Drop Rapture Ring and get a bunch of HP and mana. I think you do it.
Smart girl.
I am smart, thank you. Poseidon? Yo, the duo with Zeus is back?
Remember me, Serpent?
Oh, right, we don't pull them in anymore. Was that not a safe spot? Tell me that was a safe spot. 100% it was. I was gonna say, is it the radius? Kinda hard to charge versus this thing. No, my frog! That missed! We gotta cast spells, I think. Alright, we broke it. I gotta try it. Just one time. One time. Ooh! It dodged it. At the last second, it dodged the meteor.
Took me for simple prey.
Mm-hmm.
Please. Strange things have happened since the other night. Good things if you're not one of our enemies.
Yeah, I think the progression in this game is actually very well done. I had some issues where I thought I should have won the game sooner than I did. And I didn't understand thinking about this as a roguelite, so that was my bad. Do you go sprint burst? We have a lot of mana. Maybe that is a thing.
Yeah, that's nice.
What's all this?
Definitely. So what?
I have gifted him already, I believe.
Sometimes I wonder, what would it have been like were I not so unbelievably attractive?
With no portrait. That's so good.
Fall in love with me. Maybe arithmetic.
They had to have done that on purpose.
You're concerned that you're too winsome for your own good. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't find you particularly attractive.
Oh, I know you don't mean that. I appreciate you trying to comfort me as a friend.
Receive a mystery boon, get a seed, HP, and some bones.
Warm wishes.
So, have I gifted you? I assume it would be listed under the rest. I'm using his keepsake right now. Why would he not be on this list? Am I blind? Interesting. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm curious as to why he's not on the list.
Oh, a present. You're so thoughtful and all that. Don't mean to be rude about it. Just don't get the wrong idea, okay?
If I'm to keep taking from your copious supply of unused gifts, seems only fair that I give something in return from time to time.
Prophecy foretold. I didn't even get a heart up. So what that means is that he's not in the book because he doesn't have reason to give nectar to. But then why even give me the option in the first place? Unless it has something to do with that faded piece I just got. If you have 4 mana, oh, 4 water, sorry, get max HP. Get gold now and maybe some healing. Chat, we do nothing. We have no damage. It's gonna be a long time. Maybe an early access thing? This is an early access game. It's like a full game right here. Gotta be careful about this. Because I could just dash into damage. Like, look at all these. I dashed into damage like I said I would. Crap, that one respawned.
That's settled.
I can actually cast my meteor now. That's incredible. Keep leveling up our basic attack. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's placeholder in this game for early access, and we kind of forget about that just because there's such high quality stuff in here. And by we, I mean me, because you all are fine, I'm sure. Definitely a me issue. I do like the splash dash DPS on basic enemies. I think that's actually a tangible thing. I don't think it scales though. And especially won't kill it won't kill Chronos either. Some may even say it's bait to take that.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Specials do more close cast drags foes again. We could just be very tanky somehow.
Beautiful.
So I don't take the special thing because I'm spamming my triangle, my square button, which is my basic attack. To do anything besides basic attack would be like a severe damage drop.
It's the one that got away, that's who. Something you want to know about me, lady, is once I catch him, I never let him go.
That comes as no surprise to me at all. Some sea creatures are famously clingy. Barnacles, clams.
I am not a clam! You take that back. I make you take that back.
But a good NPC. Ooh, is this the new track? It is. I cannot believe this is an early access game. How is there 2 music tracks? How is that a thing? That miss. I gotta spend mana though. Crap! I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I made it. The song's called I'm Going to Claw Out Your Eyes and Drown You, I believe. In case you haven't figured that part out. I got ulti. I think that hits both. Crap, she ran out. How are there 2 music tracks for this fight? Alright, featured who? Featured drummer? I'm okay with that. We need mana generation. Ooh, I'm stunned. It's like too good. It's literally too good. Like you can't even objectively say, and this isn't high quality stuff. This is mid. Now everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I'm not gonna say that anyone can't not like this. Oops. How'd I kill the bassist before the freaking drummer? Alright, add phase, no mana, no nothing. It's got DPS. And make sure we hit. There we go. They asked themselves the same thing. Will people get bored after 2,000 hours?
That was all.
He did say exactly that.
Tucked away.
We got Death, Sorceress, and Swift Runner, but I have to go in my inventory to see what that means. Sorceress... Oh, we didn't have the slowdown mechanic. Chat, by the way, it is thundering outside, so in the event that we somehow, like, crap out, we might have lost power. The Sorceress... I already forgot what else. Swift Runner, that's another new one. And something else I'm sure was good. We did not hit mana regeneration though, so that's kind of awful. You have Hades 1 with one song for all bosses with more than 3 years out. Hades 2 early access. My thought process there is they decided to stop any updates on Hades 1 when they realized Hades 2 could be everything we want in Hades 1 but better. Almost like, you know, let's start from scratch. Make a brand new game with everything we want from Hades 1, but then all the bad stuff gone. And like when I say every single bad thing is gone, maybe not, but this is like supremely above my expectations. So I got the Fountain Restore. We no longer get the additional boon, so perhaps we swap off now? The armor thing I don't think is great because the amount of locations, but maybe it's okay.
What happened? What happened?
Liquid Sword first ever Prime. Liquid said, V, there's 80,000 people watching Hades streams on Twitch. I'm one of those 80,000, and the one streamer I'm watching, I'm gonna give him my Prime sub. Thank you, Liquid, and welcome to Rusty Daggerhood. Z, I think. Rare Chaos Blessing, and then you get rid of it. Encounters. I wonder how encounters work in open world Hades. Is each
big drop?
Is each fight an encounter?
There's no clear path in sight.
Chat, we do no damage. By the last couple of runs, I was already like a full build. I got nothing. Make great content, deserve better. Thank you, Liquid, thank you. Yeah, we're trying. Like I said, today's YouTube vid didn't do like too well. And I think that's because people aren't ready to see a run of Hades just yet, but would love to see like an explanation of why I like the game.
Going to be a problem.
So we have work to do from the YouTube front. But other than that, like I feel very good about this game. I think they're doing great stuff.
Enough.
Enough! Every reward is gonna count as one. Maybe that's not a bad thing, because we do want to rotate into Chaos ASAP. Special hits foes with a splash and knocks other ones away. Not the foe that you're actually fighting. But now we're at the point where we need water. Because I don't even have but one water. 50% more. It's just a button we're never gonna press. That's the problem. The Omega version doesn't really do a good job of knocking enemies away, does it? It was an explosion in a radius, but then it went outward.
Greater strength.
So does that mean we need fire?
Flourish.
I assume there's a duo boon between Zeus and Poseidon, so that makes me think we should continue to spam Poseidon. Especially because we want water. Even though it's just max HP, like unhelpful. Oops. I can't sprint. It's like I have to continue to hold the button as I jump in there. B, press another button. It does no damage! She knocked me back. Did I crit? Was that the 3% crit? From death? No, right? I refuse to believe that's a real number. My cast time seems unusually fast. Oh crap, can I cancel this? I can't cancel it. That's a waste. Oh, it went through her armor. In Hades 1, dropping Boldy on something with armor will only do the armor's worth of damage. That pierced. I think. Certainly looked like it did.
In the name of Hades.
Omega cast immediately detonates after striking foes with your weapon. Spirit bubbles appear. That's our mana generator. Which I guess we need it.
A wave of power.
Echo, echo, echo. Echo, echo.
In we go. How goes it, Echo? I'm doing all right.
I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
Did you say that on purpose? Is that toxic?
So many dangers all throughout these fields. Yet you're on this bridge. I feel a sense of comfort, even peace. It's because
Like,
of
did
your
she
presence and your
manipulate Echo into saying that?
Your presence and your power. Presence and power. Presence and power.
So gain max HP is what we learned this is. Get an additional Poseidon boon.
Thank you, Echo.
Splash effects inflict slip. 5% bonus damage. Jeez.
A sudden surge.
I have a lot of HP now, but chat, I would not be lying if I said that this does not feel very strong. Maybe the hammer helps us here.
Petals from a golden bough. Grow golden once again.
Free! This is legitimate gameplay. I don't know why, but Splash Dash is somehow very strong. Hammer first. It's just very dangerous. Out of my way! The tail is still armored.
All laid to rest.
Hold to attack and strike faster. We can no longer use Omega attack. That might be okay. Omega special gains power shot. Deals 20% more and restores 5 mana. If I didn't have the bubble tech, then I would take that. Dash strikes, hits a larger area, destroys armor. It should be fine.
Jaskira grows in strength.
We have attack speed from Hermes too. Excuse me. Pardon me. Thank you, thank you. I need that.
Kronos so loves his gold.
Rip armor. Alright, I hit one. I'm gonna call that worth. I'm very tanky, at least. Alright. I don't know what this could possibly give us. Tanky, but no damage, though. Oh, you have at least 2 of each element deal more damage. We're down on earth and down on fire. We would need 2 Hestias to help that. And Hestia hasn't shown back up yet, which is interesting. This is attack speed. No, only while your Hex is ready? So that's not good. We have to basically beg for Hestia to show up. Dead Souls God taking over another game? We're trying, we're trying. And to be fair, I will say I'm having a lot of fun in Hades 2. And I hope the people watching has been able to see how much fun we've been having. Excuse me? I need this? The dangers. $200 damage is not nothing, right? Maps are pretty huge. It's only this map. This map, I will dare say, is experimental. Like, I'm sure it's gonna stay this way. But this is nothing like Hades 1. Do the thorns not do damage? Are they just there for looks? I don't know if that ignores the armor. I would think 1,000 damage would have killed just then. But maybe I'm wrong. But the dog did it.
Where was I?
It went through the armor of the Lamia because of Blitz. Unfortunate. And Blitz doesn't even last for 4 seconds, so I must have attacked right before the thing came down. Only 200. Gotta leave. Alright, give me Hestia. Random.
We meet again.
Give me Duo.
We are as one big family upon Olympus, and we pride and celebrate our differences.
World premiere duo.
Varying perspectives to account for at all times. Although Poseidon here, we always manage to see eye to eye.
I don't know what it does.
That we do, most certainly, brother. I'm always right away, and there are some occasions
Heck
when
yeah,
I might
brother.
decide otherwise if it was solely up to me, but even still, you always have your head up in the clouds where smart ideas form.
Your lightning deals more damage to slipified foes. So we have to make sure that we put them in the slip. So it'd be perfect. Oh, we only have earth and fire left. Okay.
Electric.
Not very difficult to pull off. We just don't know how long a slip lasts for.
You're all mired up again.
$238. Oh, maybe you mark them first and then you surf into them. I'm probably doing it backwards. Oh, I thought it was over. Oh, there's 2. I didn't think he casted it twice. Surf is really hard to pull off here. Like, you don't really want to go into the boss like I am, and then get spit out the other side. I feel like I've never been hit this many times in this fight. It's because we're not behind it. My positioning's really off. I'm probably trying to surf a bit too much. Alright, ads. Good ad base for us. Because these things don't do melee attacks. Sick. We're not gonna entertain this part. Never mind, I don't get the choice. I must interact. It's like a Diablo 4 world boss.
You shades, leave him alone.
Good thing we're so tanky. Maybe that's why we took so much damage. Is because I felt like I could just eat anything. And I was on top of the world. And now here we are with less than half? Less than half.
Find your master now.
But we'll heal a big amount. Ooh! Furies, Unseen, and something else. So we got 20% damage to foes in the cast. This part could definitely be done a little better. Did we get Fates? Now we have mana restoration. It's not half bad.
Tears.
Yeah, I think if they want to do this card thing,
So much dust.
with the randomizer, it probably just needs a little bit of an enhancement. Lucky Tooth is 101. I wonder if that is a flat number or if that's a percentage. So I feel like 101's a lot.
All right.
After the calculating Titan of Time wrested control of the underworld, he sealed shut the major artery from Tartarus. Yet the princess of the
Does it have to be called an artery?
hidden passageway within.
Secrets of the unseen.
So by the way, we're playing on +1 heat. I only need to have 1 heat to enhance my staff.
Service.
Don't have to go any higher than that. This build right now is nothing compared to the build I had before this. And also nothing compared to the build before that.
Central control.
This, I'm almost playing pure off of my own gameplay, I think. Until something like really interesting shows up.
I'll see you soon, Titan.
This kills rats. I think I take 1 damage. I keep seeing stuff fall, and I think it's enemies. It's my frog. I guess I should probably tag it 1 time with my melee, right? To get the thunder proc. It's a little unwieldy to do it, but it's kind of working.
More.
It looks weird. Oh wow, all of those respawn. I messed up. And by it looks weird, I mean it probably looks bad. Right? But
No traitor to the house shall go unpunished.
it's something. I promise that is going to kill Kronos.
It's me.
Three-headed Cerberus eyes every surface of the chamber all at once.
YouPetTheDog.com.
Okay.
Such a cacophony occurred after you last visited. Exactly when I cannot say. All of the Titan's wretched servants flew into a panic. Their cries would not cease.
I'm glad we could kind of turn in what happened.
Perhaps they were concerned for their master, or busy trying to bring him back to life. Because I slew him, finally. And it won't be the last time.
Blood and darkness. Then you accomplished
He's so happy.
That which once took half the blasted strength of Olympus. All on your own.
Not on my own at all. I had their strength, if not their support, as you've given me yours. Father, we can stop him. And for now, we can
Early access game, by the way.
He shall seek vengeance with the
This is like a
belief
straight up real game.
This entire plot of his is driven by the same impulse. Then kill him if you must. At least, his many deaths ought to keep him occupied.
Cast onto projectile. I wish I had something on our cast, because then maybe that's important too. If it used mana, that might be interesting. In your confrontation with Kronos, summons fewer reinforcements. Deal more damage for each spent Death Defiance. Like, I actually need to take these for the fates. It's just they don't do anything for me right now.
You honor me.
I am actually trying to win. I know it doesn't look like it. But I assure you, this is a build that I planned to win on. About to say, who else? I certainly don't see anybody. What was he aiming at? There was no one there. You have to cast one water ball to get him soaked up. To get him slippery.
Seeds of the poppy.
All right. It blocks. It blocked and then actually countered me. I think the duo might be a little underpowered. It might also be that, like, my setup for it's just not good. But it's what? 10% more damage, maybe? Maybe 15%? I think it could go up a little higher than that. 238 to 300, so a 70 damage buff. Wow. All for just pressing one button, but still. Like, if you were to say, oh, I need to go Poseidon and Zeus because it's strong, I don't know if that's exactly what I would say here. Wow, they aren't giving me a lot of bonus roams. I wonder if that's RNG or if that's how it normally plays out. Oh, do they just always attack twice? Is that their thing? Yeah, I think that's the case. The hourglasses are also kind of weird. Once I kill it with my dash, they become an immovable object. Didn't even see you. More? Oh, maybe this respawn. We have heat where monsters can respawn if we don't stop them.
The honors, please, Phrynos. Be free.
Nice. I'm feeling like pretty comfy in the game. Someone was asking what the frog do. It does that. I get one chance to free a spirit, and I get a resource for that. It can do other stuff, but right now I have it spec'd into free spirits for me. One spirit, anyway. Oh, this is gonna be awful. I think the fact that they have armor makes it so that I can't just one-tap them by surfing into them. Fire on the ground. Yo! Why are you not stunned? Yeah, you can't stop their dash. You have to put down the cast, I guess. But even then, he keeps summoning, and you can't, like, stop the animation. Like, if he even starts channeling, it's already out. Wow, I just hemorrhaged so much life. It's not good.
In the name of Hades.
Omega Cast detonates immediately. Get more rewards. Whenever you knock away foes and they slam into something, it creates a blast.
They'll drown.
None of that helps against Kronos. Oh, we have to take the hammer. That's really unfortunate. You still never found the cat? My hope is that you need to make another... whatchamacallit? Another thing for getting a buddy. And then maybe at that point, the Buster will show up. But I definitely haven't seen it yet. I mean, to be fair, this is just our first run after we won. I know I've been on for a while. Chat, can I get exclamation point uptime? Let me know how long I've been live for. We've been on a while, I'm sure, but even then, this is only our... I feel like this is only our second run of the entire day. Is that wrong? I don't think I've been playing that much. No, we had a full run where I died against Kronos. That's right. Yo, get back in there. Wait, did the moon crash down? I don't even see the crater. Did the moon crash? I would that you are live for the last 20 years. Wait, what? Sorry, I might be misinterpreting what the question might be.
Silence.
Why is there no crater? Dash strike hits a larger area. Special fires 2 seeking missiles. Attack has more range and deals damage. Would've been nice earlier. I think the meteor hit the shield and didn't deliver. That can't be a thing. I realize there's no crater. There were enemies there that put out bubbles, and the bubble is a time slow. If the bubble just breaks projectiles, should it break the meteor? I don't know. I can't imagine anyone who's like a meteor fan is gonna like that. Oh, I just saw lightning chat. No way we lose power during the run. This is fun. Oh, snap. I actually got my ulti off this. Crap, I'm out of mana. I forgot that's a thing.